One, two, one, two.
Close the. Okay, then can you I'll take it here.
1, 2. And I'll
Testing, well. One.
That works. Just checking. For those of you that are in the audience, you might want to come a little bit closer. Come a little closer. Don't hide away. Even where it says reserved, come and sit down. It's reserved for you.
Yeah, it's reserved for them. Yeah.
For them, exactly. We've got some giveaways, so the further away you are, the less likely you are to get those giveaways. But the closer you are, I think there's a good chance you're going to score something today.
All yours. Alles van die beste. Go for it.
Good morning, ladies and gents. Welcome here to this session where we're going to join the former NASA Deputy Chief Technologist, Jim Adams, while he's busy on his World Space Week for 2023. It's his 20th lecture in South Africa, this year in the Western Cape. Join will focus on the space communication, how we talk to a spacecraft, and Jim is an accomplished storyteller and has a way of making complicated concepts seem understandable to just about anyone. This interactive session is appropriate for space enthusiasts from 8 until 80 years old. So welcome to this session, and I hope you enjoy it.
Right, am I on? Thank you so much. I'm a little hot. Maybe we turn me down a tad, or maybe we'll move the mic away. How about that? So, so I'm Jim Adams, and boy, I panicked when I walked into this room. And Steve, my friend who doesn't panic at all, said, don't worry, it'll all be fine. Because I put together a little presentation really for kids, right? And it was really for like about 40 kids, right? And I saw this room and I'm like, oh my gosh, we're gonna have 1,000 adults here, right? But I like this size, and we'll make a plan, and it will be a wonderful time together. I am Jim Adams, and this is my 10th year of coming to South Africa. I've been to South Africa 20 times, and what brought me here the very first time was the desire to partner with South Africa to place a telescope in Sutherland to look for inbound asteroids that might harm the world's population. And I'm proud to say that after 9 years of working together, NASA and the South African Astronomical Observatory have begun producing scientific data that's being presented at scientific conferences, even like right now, about the dangers of asteroids and the cataloging of them with data from South Africa. I retired after a very long career. I got to do some amazing things like land rovers on Mars, or fly a probe to Pluto, or operate Cassini at Saturn. And we'll talk a little bit about that today. But once I retired, I had fallen in love with South Africa, so I keep coming back. And Steve and others arrange these lecture tours for me, and it's always fun. So I hope you find what I have to say to you today relevant, although I know it doesn't teach the education department's curriculum, but maybe it'll be a little bit inspiring. And Steve is going to figure out how to get rid of all of these materials I brought. So we'll figure out how that works. First slide. Okay, so talking to satellites. Are you paying attention?
I am indeed. I have a question.
Oh, here is our representative third grader. All right?
You know that kid who always asks lots of questions?
Yeah.
I'm
right.
that kid. And I'd like to know what is actually going on in that picture over there.
Yeah, what's happening in that picture, Mr. Steve? What do you think is happening in that picture?
Well, it looks like my DSTV satellite dish.
It does, doesn't it? Right? You see them everywhere, don't you? Yeah. And so, actually, what's happening is it's receiving radio waves. And we have radio waves that come into the reflector, and then they go up to the receiver, and then the receiver sends an electrical signal through that wire to a box in your house that then allows you to watch television, right? Well, that's the way almost everything that we use today works. Cell phones, television, the telecommunications systems that you can zoom over, all of that, the internet, all of that works through radio waves being transmitted to an antenna that then connects to a receiver that then allows you to receive the data. And they come in all different kinds of sizes, shapes. But this happens to be the antennas at the South African National Space Agency's Space Operations Center just outside of Johannesburg and Hartbeespoort.
I have another question.
Oh, really? Awesome.
Don't you love these prompts? Why do we need antennas to explore in space?
Yeah, let's see if we can get. So why do we need antennas? Why do you think we need antennas, Mr. Steve, to explore in space?
Well, I'm thinking because we probably want to, if you're going to send something up into space, we would like to know what it's seeing, maybe want to communicate with it, and if it's got astronauts on it, we want to maybe speak to them.
You don't send a satellite into space for no reason, right? It has to send data back, and you have to be able to control it. And it doesn't drag an extension cord with it, right? It doesn't drag an Ethernet cable. So we talk to it through radio waves. And this happens to be one of the very first NASA deep space antennas, and it was set up, again, outside of Hartbeespoort, or in Hartbeespoort, outside of Johannesburg, in the 1960s. It's not used as a communication antenna any longer, but it does scientific research. It looks at the radio emissions from stars and galaxies as part of a science initiative. But it's 26 meters across. So why do we need antennas? Actually, that's a redundant question, isn't it? Because Mr. Steve just asked that question. We need antennas to talk to satellites. And they send the data back and forth. It doesn't matter if you're talking about ones that are really close to Earth, like the GPS satellites, or the ones that are very far away, like the New Horizons probe that's at the edge of the solar system. And you can see one of the predominant features of a spacecraft are those big dishes. That's because they're trying to gather as much data and they're trying to send as much data as they possibly can. The smaller the dish, the fainter the signal. The further away, the fainter the signal. So 3 things to know about antennas. They let us send and receive data. The biggest antenna that NASA has is 70 meters across. There's 3 of those in the world, one in California, one in Australia, and one in Madrid. And like I said, the further apart they are, the fainter the signal, which is why you need a bigger antenna to gather more of that radio wave, of those radio waves that are coming from the spacecraft. And just for scale, that's about, it's the wheel of excellence, right? Is about 3/4 the diameter of that deep space antenna that I'm showing you there. Of course, not all of them are 70 meters. Our favorite size is 28 meters. But radio waves, what are those things? They are part of the electromagnetic spectrum. And you can see, I don't think I have a laser pointer here, do I? No. Very far over on the left-hand side is where the radio wavelength is. And representative, the wavelength of radio is much longer than, say, in the middle, which is visible, or up at the other end, the gamma rays. The closer together the waves are, the shorter the wavelength, the more data that you can actually put on the wave and send faster. So But where we've all started is on the radio side of things. That'll become important in a minute or two.
And of course, my next question is
Oh,
how
Mr.
fast...
Steve, do you have a question?
I do. How fast are radio waves?
So, how fast do you think radio waves travel?
Well, I can run very fast. I'm the fastest in my class.
Oh, yeah.
Is it faster than me?
Can you run 300,000 meters per second?
Bet you I could try.
So radio waves and light waves travel at the same speed because they're all part of the electromagnetic spectrum, right? The speed of light is like 2.98 times 10 to the 8th. Yeah, about 300,000 kilometers per second. Did I say meters? It's 300,000 kilometers per second, right? And just for, so there we go. Sorry about that. We messed that one up. So just for scale, it takes the light from the sun 6 minutes to get to Earth. But the radio waves, which are traveling at the same speed, to get to Mars, it varies. It's between 7 and 21 minutes, depending upon where the planet and Earth are. To Jupiter, it's 43 minutes. And if you want to go all the way out to where Voyager is, on the extreme edge of our solar system, Voyager's been flying since 1976 and has just gotten to the point where the plasma from the sun, that's emitted from the sun, is just about as dense as the tenuous plasma in between stars. It takes 22 hours for a light wave that's emitted from Voyager to get to Earth, right? The same with, for a radio wave to get from Voyager to Earth, but the same would be true for light. So, Mr. Steve, I have a question for you. What is that?
Well, I see my favorite Disney character represented in that image. It looks a little bit like Pluto at the bottom. Could that be Pluto, the planet?
It is Pluto. In fact, it is Pluto. And the best way to get a picture of something is to get up real close to it. So the team that built the spacecraft that went to Pluto worked on it for 10 years. Let's see if we can get a pic. Oh, we'll go back in a second. So that's a picture of the New Horizons spacecraft. They worked on it for 10 years. Then they launched it in 2006. It took 9 years for that spacecraft to get to Pluto, to take that picture that you saw earlier. In 1994, that was the best picture we had of Pluto. And so when we went to Pluto, let's see if I back up again here. That works. That's what we got. What does that mean? That's a lot of data to have to bring back. How do you get that data back? From Pluto, what was it, 5 hours, 5.5 hours to transmit it. But our ability to gather data is growing just like technology is growing in leaps and bounds. So New Horizons flew by Pluto for 2 weeks. It took 2 years for all of the data to come back to Earth from the New Horizons flyby of Pluto. And we won't get into whether it's a planet or not. But yeah, so that was the best data that we had, but then obviously we needed better data, so we went there, and then of course we had to get it back, and we used the radio waves to do that. And you see the most prominent feature of the spacecraft is that antenna, which is about 3 meters across. So on one end, we have a 3-meter antenna transmitting radio waves back to Earth that's being received by 70-meter antennas and also 28-meter antennas. Oh,
There's
shoot,
my
I
last
messed it up
question.
again.
I think it could be a Mac PC thing.
Yeah, it probably. Or it's just I'm
How
old.
do we send more? I mean, obviously, if you're looking at different planets and getting high resolution images, we certainly want to send more data back to Earth. How can we send more data back to Earth?
Yeah, right. How can we do that? How about lasers? Remember that picture I showed where the radio waves were on the left-hand side, but optical was in the middle, right? So yeah, so NASA is looking at ways to use lasers to send data back to Earth from deep space probes. In fact, one of my missions was called Laddie, and it carried a payload that flew to the moon and transmitted and received and transmitted data at 650 megabytes per second, which was historic. It was the fastest NASA had ever transmitted data in space using lasers, a laser comm system. And now today, NASA, well, not today, 2021, NASA conducted a laser relay experiment utilizing an Air Force satellite, the International Space Station, and not an antenna, but a telescope in Hawaii. And so we're looking forward to the future when lasers will be used as normal ways to communicate with spacecraft. But there are challenges with that as well. And we may talk about that in a moment as well. Oh, actually, this is the place where we talk about that. Well, you're going to see Mr. Steve and I demonstrate a laser communication experiment here in a second. Something that some of your older students could actually pull together for about 200 Rand and about 40 minutes watching YouTube videos. So, but when we send radio waves from Mars, the beam, the size of the beam when it gets to Earth is about 3 Earths wide. When we send a laser beam from Mars, it's the size of the beam is about the size of a province. So, Mr. Steve, what could be the problem with that?
Well, I mean, if you're receiving information, if it's a wide beam, then I suppose you could pick it up anywhere. But if it's a very narrow beam, it's got to be a very specific spot to pick it up. Would that be an issue?
That's right. And suppose there's clouds. Mm-hmm. Or suppose there's something that's moving on the spacecraft and causes it to vibrate a little bit, right? As we were playing with the laser earlier, you remember, I was just jittering just a little bit, and the beam was going all over the room. Right? So we'll show that here in a second. So there's technology that needs to be solved. It's not just as simple as firing up a laser beam. And we're working on that today. But I need to talk about Artemis. How many of you have heard of Artemis? A few of you. Yeah. Artemis is the world's return to the moon. NASA's coordinating it, but there's over 20 nations that have signed on to go back to the moon collaboratively. And so in 2025-ish, we're going to send humans. The first person to step on the moon since 1974 will be a woman, a black woman, in fact. And in the Western Cape, there will be a new antenna system built to help support the return to the moon. In, I hope I pronounce it correctly, Fontaine. Did I pronounce it correctly? Yeah, in Fontaine, they're building right now the new antennas that will communicate between the Earth and the moon and back to support the next return to the moon of humans, to support the humans' return to the moon. It'll be 18 meters because the moon is much closer to the Earth, and so we don't need a big 70-meter antenna, but it will be South Africa again supporting the world in space exploration. And I say that because I'm inspired by the innovation that we see from South Africans. Have you heard of the meerkat and the square kilometer array? Absolutely stunning achievement of science. And that thing was erected on schedule, and there's 64 antennas now in the northern Karoo, where they're looking deep into space, back in time, actually, because that's really what a radio telescope is. It's a time machine. It lets you look back at what the universe looked like when it was first created. So they spotted black holes, they spotted quasars, they spotted all kinds of different features that scientists were hopeful to get better looks at because of South Africa's contribution to the science community. And I'm coming to a close because I really want to open it up for questions, and I want to do this little demonstration with Mr. Steve. But I think what's really important, as Fatima and I were talking before the start, and if I could pronounce it correctly, Sakikamba, the foundation, it starts with inspiring children. You know, I was 10 years old when we landed on the moon. And even though I took kind of a circuitous path to get to NASA, and originally my career plan was to design cash registers, I ended up working at NASA, and I understood it because as a child, we were being told what was happening with the astronauts and got to see the rockets on TV and that sort of thing. And I have to tell you, it changes a kid's perspective. So I heard earlier that the education department's new STEM curriculum is crowded. But I would encourage you to not let that discourage you from encouraging children. That seems like a sort of a odd way of saying it. But yeah, we need to encourage kids to be investigative, to experiment, and maybe even do a little experiment like this. Maybe not a third grader, but an eighth grader or a third grader may say, I want to do that someday. So, yeah. And we'll be talking at the Cape Town Science Center to, kids this coming weekend as well. So I'm wrapping up. I'd like to say thank you for listening, but I'll ask you all one question. How many of you were alive in 2006? See, I would normally ask children this question. Well, I hope you smiled, because in the upper right-hand corner, you can barely see it, the second inner ring, there's a little gray dot. It's actually blue, and that's Earth, as seen from Saturn. I guess if maybe we turn the lights down. Oh, no, Steve maybe put a circle around it. So there's that's the perspective from Saturn looking at Earth. Now, here's the funny story about this. At the time that picture was taken, I was working for another mission. I was working for a mission that was going to take pictures of the sun in stereo. And I was fighting with the mission that took this picture, Cassini, for time on an antenna. And it all came down to I needed that antenna because we had some critical operation on our spacecraft. And they needed that antenna, they didn't tell me, because this was a once-in-a-lifetime image in the life of Cassini to take. Well, fast forward 12 months, we launched my mission. Cassini, we resolved the issue. Cassini got their image, and I got promoted to be the Deputy Director of Planetary Science. So now Cassini works for me. And the very first day on the job, one of my employees walked me down the hall and he said, I want to show you what we were fighting over. And here was this image of everybody who was alive in 2006 on Earth. And I know they didn't wave, but it just inspires me to remember that everything in space requires us to be able to communicate. It also inspires me to remember our little place in the solar system. You know, it seems infinitesimal. And you could look at this picture and say, you know, what is life? It's a little speck in this big sea. That was kind of like Carl Sagan's thing. I look at it totally differently. How special is it that we, this little tiny dot in the solar system, could build a machine that can go to Saturn, take this picture, and return it over the radio waves for everybody to sit in awe. And with that, I'd like to say thank you for listening. And if we have time, we'll take questions. But I think first, oh, yeah, I forgot. So I cobbled together from the laser pointer that you tease a cat with and a solar cell that would come from a calculator, a laser communicator. And shall we see if it works, Mr. Steve?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I think you're going to have to walk that direction. And, oh, you need power. You need power. And you know how it goes in, right? Right. So that's his magnetic personality. So you can probably, this is an eye-safe laser, so it's okay, but you can probably see the red dot, right? And these little green things, they're just amplifiers to help match the laser's circuitry to the battery. And I've got it plugged into my laptop, and we'll see if we can make this work. I'm supposed to be playing a symphony. All right, so now we'll aim this at Steve. You may have to come a little closer so I can find you. Come on in a little closer. A little closer. There we go. I found you. All right. Now back up a step or two, Mr. Steve. Okay, stop. And you can see if I put my hand in front of the beam, actually the musicians stopped playing. Why did they do that? Yeah. We'll back this up a little bit. Oh. All right, let's try it now. Well, it was working. We'll try again here. No? All right. Well,
Is the music on mute on the...
no, it's not. So,
So try one more time.
one more time. Let me stop it and start it. Actually, we'll play it through my speakers and see if it's working.
No, I'm just keeping it away. So
It's your magnetic personality.
is the music...
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So we take the music out of my laptop, put it onto the laser beam, shine it across Steve's tummy, and there we go. So this is an experiment.
What happens if you put your hand in the way?
Same thing as you put your hands in.
And how hard is it to focus if I'm moving?
It's very, okay, yeah, so it's very hard. Remember, we were talking about a laser beam from Mars and how if I were at Mars and a little jittery, The laser beam would be going up to the ceiling and back down again, right? Yeah. So we have to develop the technology to keep a spacecraft stable enough. Yeah. I think either the orchestra is really quiet or the computer just... There we go. Yeah. So I did that for about 200 Rand. And watching a YouTube video. So this is the kind of thing that you could inspire kids to do.
Absolutely. I mean,
Yeah.
You can always start off with a basic thing with, I was just saying to Jim, you get plastic cups, you put the string between, and you show that that's one form of communication. But what happens if you want to go further? At the science center, they've got the parabolic reflectors.
Yeah.
It's two little satellite dishes facing each other, and if you whisper in the one, you can hear it in the other. And then when you start exploring different ways of communication, laser communication is a fascinating next step.
Yeah. And I don't know how he's going to do it, but I've left Steve with a number of materials. One of these is for your age group. It's the ABCs of space communication. So like E is for Earth, D is for data, and B is for beam of light, that sort of thing. So we've got some of those, and if you, let's see, we'll back up here a little bit. If we could pull the slides back up. There we go. If you don't get one, they're available electronically at that QR code, all right? Everyone's getting one. And then there's also, for some of the older group, there's a fun pad. So it's got crossword puzzles and word finds and coloring experiments and that sort of thing. So, and then for those that are really into it, we've got posters for teachers' classrooms. We've got patches from the Laser Communications Relay Experiment. We've got NASA stickers. Steve's going to be here the rest of the day handing out stuff, I think. So, but yeah, you have to take it because I don't want to take it back to the United States with me. I had to get a third suitcase. NASA sent me with so much stuff, so. Yeah, so are we out of time or do we have time for questions? Oh, we got about 15 minutes, 5 minutes. Oh, because you need to circulate. Yeah. Okay, so are there any questions? Or was I totally clear?
I just wanted to know in terms of the electrons which are inside of the atoms, how much of your research, is it being used also in the radio waves?
So,
For instance, that scientist that has been nominated for the Nobel Prize yesterday, the research
right.
which they have done.
Right. Well, the electromagnetic spectrum is used in everything, right? And his research is fundamental particles of atoms, whereas the electromagnetic spectrum is actually generated by the vibration of the atoms. So he probably had to account for it, but he wasn't actually trying to harness the electromagnetic spectrum, if I'm answering the question correctly. So, but yeah, we have all kinds of scientists, by the way. You know, you could ask a kid, what does he want to be when he grows up? He would say, well, when I was a kid, he'd say, I'd want to be an astronaut, right? But in fact, NASA and SANSA, the South African National Space Agency, they hire all kinds of people. They hire engineers. They hire lawyers. NASA hires cooks to help us figure out how to feed the astronauts better. They hire science communicators. They hire teachers. So there's room in the space career, in the space field, for lots and lots of people. And it's just getting better, right? There's the commercial space industry now that didn't exist when I was a child. Today, you don't need to be a government in order to have a space program. And what does that mean? That means more and more opportunities for more and more of the bright kids that are coming through your classrooms.
I just wanted to know, Osiris Rex that have landed on the 28th of September,
Yeah,
how long did it took
yeah.
for the sample to arrive here?
I'm so glad you asked that question. Osiris Rex was one of my missions. I helped select it, and it launched 2013. It's been gone for about 9-10 years, and it took 2 years to get to the asteroid. It spent 2 years surveying the asteroid, and then it just touched down, just kissed the surface of the asteroid, right? And vacuumed up about 250 grams of this ancient remnant of the formation of our solar system, and brought it back and landed in Utah last month. And now that material will be available to the world's scientists. So there could be somebody at Stellenbosch or UCT that could apply to actually receive a sample if they write the right kind of science proposal, right? To help us understand the formation of our own solar system and perhaps the formation of the Earth. The OSIRIS-REx mission isn't over, though. So it dropped off a capsule that dropped the sample returned to Earth on, but the bigger spacecraft is continuing on, and it's going to rendezvous in 2030, I think, maybe 2029, with another asteroid called Apophis. And about a decade ago, the scientists actually thought Apophis was going to hit the Earth. But now we know it's not, because we've been watching it enough and we know it's steered off course just a little bit. But that spacecraft will be recycled, reused to do another space mission to basically get up-close pictures of Apophis. Yeah. So I'm glad you asked that question, because I totally forgot to mention it. Yeah, I think we have time for maybe one more. I talk too long when there's a question. No. Okay, so there's a lot of folks talking about coding and robotics in here. That's a great field for young minds to start thinking about. I don't know if you know about Lego, the first Lego League. That's a great way for an inquisitive kid to sort of channel some of his extra intelligence. So I was a big proponent of FIRST when I was at NASA headquarters. Well, with that, I think, Mr. Steve, I'll give you back the mic.
Sure.
And
before you come and thank our speaker, just to say that we do have additional materials here. If you would like, we will keep it up in front, and at the end of the session, you can come and just grab some to take with you. But thank you so much for listening, and I'm going to hand over to Karen.
but leave the packet, because if there's any left over, we need to be able to haul it back to the car.
I would just like to thank Mr. Jim for this very interesting session that we've just had. I'm sure we would sit here the whole day listening to this. So thank you very much for being here and for giving us more inspiration to learn about space.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
for having a real-life astronaut here today.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, and I just need to correct one thing. I'm not an astronaut, but I've had astronauts that work for me, and they are a real pain to manage. Very big egos. Thank you so much.
I just want to call Fatima, who brought her.
Oh,
here.
yes.
She was going to present. Yes. Thank you for bringing them and exposing them to the session as well.
Thank you so much.
you.
Thanks for the opportunity to engage with you.
All right. Off with you. Go do wonderful things. Okay. I got it.
know her, and some of you might be the first time, but it's going to be exciting. She's got an interesting topic for you. So Ms. Gautam was a foundation phase teacher, a departmental head, subject advisor in the Western Cape, and now she is Deputy Chief Educational Specialist with DBE. She is currently the Specialist for Foundation Phase at the Department of Basic Education. She has a Junior Primary Specialist and Senior Primary Mathematics and Science teaching qualification, a bachelor's degree in education, and an honors degree in inclusive education. So you can see she knows about all those barriers to learning. So she's got an interesting topic for you today. Her drive is simple. She wants teachers to teach mathematics for understanding, and she believes that mathematics must be enjoyable and engaging in class. So over to you, Ms. Kelson.
Thank you, Karima. Thanks for those kind words. Good morning, everybody, and sorry for the late start. I didn't expect all this paraphernalia, so forgive me. I was quite taken aback, and with all the uploading, because normally I'm used to just putting in my PowerPoint and shooting. Right. So we're going to talk about what you as a teacher, before we go on, can I just see by the show of hands, how many of you are teaching in grade 1? Lovely, lovely. Grade 2, this is the neglected grade. This is the neglected grade. But this is actually the best grade to teach. Because they're coming from grade 1, they at least know something, you can move with them. Okay? So, and you're priming them for grade 3. Right? Who's teaching grade 3? The pressure's on, with the systemic around the corner. Great. That's good. You also have a major task because you're preparing the learners for intermediate phase. And we know that in intermediate phase, this is what happens. Now, teaching in the foundation phase is absolutely special. And in my time, when I was at college, we were called junior primary specialists. Okay? Some of you were in my era as well, and you were also at college, and we wore that title proudly. And we learned about the how and the what. Practice teaching was key. Was absolutely key. And my wish is just for the teachers who have that college education and you're still at school to share the skills. Because what we are seeing today and what I'm seeing today when I visit schools is scary. Now, we are trying in our beautiful country to build our learners, to get our learners numerate and literate. And the topic that I'm going to address today largely demands that learners' reading ability. Okay? Reading for understanding. And teachers, it is not rocket science. It is absolutely not rocket science. Okay, it's all about multiple and varied opportunity that you need to afford your learners to practice. Because as the old saying goes, practice makes perfect. Right? Let me continue. That's our presentation outline for today. We'll deal with the teacher toolkit, which is huge. So it all depends on what you are prepared to put in. Your knowledge, what you prepare to learn. Because if you do not have your own understanding of mathematics, which is everywhere and all around us if only you care to look, you will not be able to transfer that knowledge to your learners. And also, I know that we're sitting with big classes. The biggest class I taught, by the way, was 57. So I've been there. I'm telling you, I know we're sitting with big classes. Just remember that you are in command and that you have to make learning happen in your classroom. Okay? And the best way we know how to teach in the Western Cape is through group teaching. We need that small group, up to about 15 max in a group, where we can sit and we can interact. And I'm going to show you, because I'm always saying, if we can just start every maths lesson every day with 2 problems, 2 word sums, and number talk, 1 number talk, build the numerosity, build that great story. And yesterday I told the group that when I taught grade 2, and the learners completed their work, and they would come and ask me, what next, teacher, what can I do? I would tell them, right, I need you to write a story about the number we just dealt with, because we did a number talk every single day. And don't come back to me unless you have filled your busy book with 2 pages. Okay? And don't forget the word sums as well. You can write your own word sums as well. So that's how it was. And there's no, oh, sorry. I need to just go back. Okay, I'm sure you read that, right? You read the outline. I've put this up as a warm-up exercise. Because do you know, I said to the group yesterday as well, I went to the Good and Faithful Wembley now the other day, and I asked the lady behind the counter, can I have a half a dozen of whatever I wanted? And she looked at me and she smiled. And she was packing in the container. And she looked at me and she said, 3, eh? And I said, you know, think again. A half a dozen. If you go to the shop and you can buy a half a dozen of eggs, how many eggs are you getting? And the same with the, by the way, I went back the next week and the madam knew what a half a dozen was. So I just said to her, you're learning, you're a fast learner. She just smiled, broad. Okay? So we need to cultivate that habit of teaching maths for relevance. It's an important life skill that we need for our life ahead. Okay? So, and also too, when I drive home in the afternoon, I always talk about this story. And there are schools having quizzes on the radio. The children from top schools, grade 7 level, don't know how many eggs in a half a dozen, or in 2 dozen. And I'm asking you, what is happening in our classrooms? Okay? Because we're talking about teaching maths for relevance. And as a lifelong skill. So when we look at this, if we were in a neat workshop, I would ask you to write down ways and means of doing your calculations. Show me the repeated addition, show me the multiplication, show me the division, and do 3 or 4 problem solving as well, problem sums as well, okay? And this is just what I want you to note. Okay? So, you know what's neat also when I have my, do my presentation, what I'm used to, I can see my next slide, and on this platform, it's not happening for me. So I like to make that connections. Just forgive me. So understanding mathematics, I'm going to run through this. You can read. What does it mean to understand mathematics? Remember, there's no quick fixes. There are no quick fixes. There's no tricks of the trade in mathematics. Right? You can take your picks there. Just fill in. Have you taken that in? Okay. Oh no, man. How do we go back on this thing? Asseblief. Above.
Let's go back.
Just go right back to the. Okay, okay, fine. Okay.
There.
Yeah.
So that's back and that's forward.
Just go.
That's back and that's forward.
I tried it.
Work.
Okay. So this is the big toolkit I'm talking about. Teacher knowledge. This is what you are supposed to know. And know your policy. Work with your DBE workbook. I'm doing a session later on the DBE workbook as well, how to use it optimally. Look at the knowledge that teachers must have. You must know what number concept development is. You must know how to grow that in your classroom, how to build learner capacity. We must know what it entails. And it entails 3 properties there. Number sense, which is huge. The concepts, the basic operations, concepts of addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, and calculation work. How do they calculate? Okay. Now, I'm always saying there's many ways to skin a cat. Sorry for the cat lovers. Many ways to skin a cat. We are not going to subject our learners to doing calculations the way we feel it should be done. That is why they need to talk, to engage with the apparatus, work with it, and work at very primitively. What happens in the first week in a grade 1 classroom when your learners come to school? What are they busy doing? What apparatus do you set out for them, for their group work, with regards to preparatory work for mathematics? What do they primitively do when they are doing computation work, calculations? 2 core skills that we build on, that they use from the onset, is your matching and your sorting. Okay? And we know if learners can't do the one-to-one correspondence, they will not be able to do addition. Because in that way, they find that what's more and what's less. Right? So giving our learners apparatus, some of us call it manipulatives, that's the American term. Apparatus, I'm old school. If we give our learners the apparatus to manipulate, that is very, very important. So we encourage teachers to collect bottle tops. We know that some of you are grand, you have counters, and you have beautiful counters. If you don't have anything, in the good old days we had, I don't want to tell you because my opinion is all learners need to do maths. Is a big pile of you know what on their tables, but I'm scared they're going to throw it at each other. And that can't happen. So we encourage the bottle tops, okay? And these days we have nice quiet bottle tops. We have the plastic ones, which works perfectly, right? Okay? That's your number concept development. You need to know types of knowledge. You need to know the about social knowledge. You need to know about the physical knowledge that learners must be equipped with, and the logical mathematical language as well. Okay? So, if you are not sure about what it is, just make a note of it so that you can go and do your research. Right? Logical maths. That's when learners, because in the end, the physical is when they use all the apparatus, and the social, they talk to one another, they talk about the knowledge, and the minute they make it their own. Because mathematics is, your understanding of it needs to be innate, okay? For them to be able to understand and know what they're doing. Counting principles, very, very important. So you need to know the 6 or the 7 counting principles that we have, that is there, and how it fits in. counting types. Two main ones we work with in the foundation phase. There are two types, which is your rote and your rational. What is it all about? And the counting levels, very, very important. Counting levels, the counting all, the counting on, the breaking down, and the last one, the fourth one that we don't do in the foundation phase is the tens and units. The tens and ones, okay? That some of us will be preparing our learners for now if we're teaching grade 3. Leave it for the last, for this term. And also, once you know that your learners have the grounded understanding. And how do you know if your learners have the grounded understanding? It's through your formative assessment, through your constant engagement with learners. That's the only way you're going to see whether learners know or whether they do not know. Okay? We must have that space in the classroom for that to happen. And we know that our approach we use in the foundation phase is our CPA. Concrete, pictorial, and abstract. But we still walk into classrooms the very first term in a grade 1 classroom, and some teachers hand learners a hard cover and they're working with sums from the board, straight into abstract. We are robbing those children of the core fundamentals. Okay? Now, this is, and obviously your assessment, like I said, formative assessment is huge in the foundation phase. It's actually, in my books, a bit on the sad side as well, because we talk about continuous assessment, right, in the foundation phase. But continuous assessment also has its downside in my books, because it promotes mediocre teaching in some cases. Because some teachers are neglectful and they just can't wait for learners to go to the next grade, whether they know the work or whether they do not know the work of the specific grade. And that is very sad. I always ask, how do you sleep at night knowing that you're sending that grade 1 child to grade 2 without the fundamentals? If that child cannot read or cannot write a paragraph in grade 1, read with understanding and write a paragraph. Write at least 10 sentences with adjectives and good nouns. How do you sleep knowing that you send that child to grade 2? Are you with me? So I'm just appealing to everybody that we are busy with special, precious cargo. Work with the children, teach them well. Assessment and reflective teaching. After your lesson, you need to go back. That is why it is so important for teachers to mark their books every single day. I know in some cases it's a lot, but it has to happen. And even that workbook that you so want to deny, we need to mark it. If you are not marking your learners' books, you're not knowing what they know. You don't know them. You're not getting to know them. You don't have their, you don't know what they know. You don't have it on your finger on the pulse in that way. That's what I'm going to tell you, okay? So make a special effort to mark. And I'm sure every teacher has his ways and means of marking. Whether you're scanning, whether you're doing justice there, or today you're going to look at group 1's work and do that thoroughly. Tomorrow group 2's work and that thoroughly. So you have your ways and means. Work at a strategy and use what works best for you. Reflective teaching is important so that you know how to do your intervention. So, because intervention starts in the classroom, not with a learning support teacher. It starts with you. Okay, and that is why you will see one of my slides next is going to talk to differentiation. Building blocks. Counting being the biggest building block. And you know, there's one sentence in the policy document that says count in ones, in twos, in threes, do the counting up to a certain number. And you know that we have a spiral curriculum. You know that every year we're doing the same concepts, we're doing the same topics, but more advanced and a different number range. Our number range is increasing. That's the difference. But we have a spiral curriculum. Why? Go and do your research for a specific reason. Okay, to target learning in the foundation phase. Counting. There's one line that says, encourage group counting. Now, I ask you, teachers, if we factor that one line in there, in that document that says, encourage group counting, will we still have learners in grade 6 and grade 9 drawing sticks? Drawing sticks to counting ones? No. Group counting would be grounded, would be embedded, would be galvanized. Think about it. And that's actually the purpose. I'll show you with regards to the diagnostic later and the word sums later. When it comes to doing counting, where we go wrong. Differentiation, I'm saying, is the golden rule when we're dealing with readiness. Okay? And that's just a few points. And that's when I want to come and I want to encourage you with regards to the number talks. What are number talks? Valuable classroom routine to build flexibility, to build fluidity, and to build learners to be articulate with regards to number work, number calculations. So take a picture there, and it's a powerful way to develop and for learners to understand the relationships between all the different operations, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. This is all, might sound like a lot of talk, but this is all the knowledge that's required before. Okay? Some people might differ. Some of you might say, just give the children the problem sums straight away. I agree. But we need to look at our context and need to look at where our learners come from. Because in order for them to tackle that problem, they need to be able to understand what the words are. And some of our learners come to school with no vocabulary. No vocabulary. But it's also important we don't force teach. We allow them to develop on their own. And we, through our formative assessment, through our technique, our questioning technique, I'm always saying, with regards to your word problems every day, I'm asking you to design for yourself, we'll get there, 3 relevant questions that you're going to ask. The same with your reading when you're sitting in your group and you're asking 3 questions. You might be asking, what are the characters? And ask the what and ask the why questions with regards to number as well. Okay? And you see how this will support them as well. So, I want you to listen to a grade R classroom, 5-year-olds.
So number talks is basically a conversation between the students talking about mathematical concepts, number sense, problem solving. Not only does it give students the opportunity to have meaningful mathematical conversations, but it also encourages a culture of inquiry and curiosity, which is what we're also about here at Deramat, so fits in perfectly. Richard, how does this make sense to you?
3 and a 3 equals 6.
3 and a 3 equals 6. Beautiful, thank you. So when we're doing our number talks, students will put forward what they know. And especially in prep, they only know what they know. So you'll have different students coming in at different levels. Say, for instance, you've got the number 6 on a page. You could have one student who will put their hand up and they will say, that is the number 6. So I know instantly that that student can identify and name the number 6. Then you might have another student come in and say, well, that's 3 plus 3. 3 plus 3 equals 6. So I automatically know that that student can name, identify the number 6, knows his doubles, and knows that 2 small collections can make a total.
5.
1 and a 5 makes?
6.
Good girl.
5 and 1 makes 6.
You're showing me with your fingers. Good
See,
boy.
no symbols
And
yet.
then
You're
after
just
some more
talking the
thinking and
language,
more
no
talking,
symbols.
the first student might come back and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So understands that it's a counting, there's a pattern, numbers, and then your other student will come back again and say, well, 2 plus 2 plus 2 equals 6. So then they've taken it further again with their multiplicative thinking. That alone shows me what levels for individual learning, how to plan for those kids for workshops to look after their own individual needs and where they're at. Otu.
Make 1, 2.
Beautiful, Otu. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why I get so excited about them is because I can see how every individual student is thinking and they're verbalising it to me in front of me there and there. The concepts and how they understand the concept. When they look at a number, how are they seeing it? What mental computation are they using to figure it out? And they're saying it to me on the spot. So that for me, when it comes to knowing my students, and then again for assessing and reporting, it's all there right in front of you. And then you get, your children who just keep going and bringing more to the table every time and putting their hand up and extending on their own knowledge.
2 and another 2 and another 2 is 6.
2 and 2 and 2 is 6. Thanks, Richard. The approach supports student learning because it's a collaborative process. They're learning from each other. You can see them thinking about what someone else has said, and then they will contribute because they're sort of bouncing off each other. And it's something that they may not have thought of, but then someone else has said, well, 4 plus 2 equals 6. And someone else, and you can see them thinking and you can see them looking at their fingers and they're working out their number sense, and then someone else will go, oh, but 3 and 3 is 6. So it's that collaborative process and the sharing of ideas and questioning each other's ideas. We all just love actually too, just sitting in the circle and talking about it. It's very engaging. Good, Sarah, I can see you looking and counting. Good girl. The most important thing for me at the moment is their confidence that they get from these number talks. There's no fear of being wrong because it's not wrong. It's just a different way of looking at something. So they take risks with their learning. And you can see the more number talks you do, you will have children that will sit there and not say a word for the first 3 number talks. And then you won't be able to stop them from putting their hand up. Can you please all give yourselves a pat on the back? 1, 2, 3.
Well done, me.
For being great participants today in our number talk. Did you enjoy it?
Yes!
Was that fun?
I want to watch TV.
That's our approach. You get the number talk? 5-year-olds. Brilliant, eh? Brilliant. I want you to replicate that in your classroom. Try it. Every single day. Build on numerosity of numbers. The story of a particular number. Okay? And at this stage, if you are a grade 3 teacher, you can do the same. You can work on 600, sort of 600 or 650. And just build on that and see how your keen learners grow. So, that's that. I put this up particularly to show you where the bottle tops come in and to just encourage you that every single topic in mathematics is to be taught and can be taught via the concrete, pictorial, and abstract. Even our fractions. Even our fractions. Okay? And we're going to look at some more powerful tools to use in teaching and in building that number sense. Concept development. Now, unfortunately, with every topic, we need to look at the results. We need to confront the elephant in the room. So our results are telling. And that is also the reason for choosing the topic. Okay? Because I feel that we can teach the mathematics through the word problems. Because children learn when you tell them stories. They love storytelling. And that's a powerful way. It should be like that. But we as teachers, we want to force our strategies on them. And there's always talk and there's always ask. Do we need to expose them to all strategies? If you do your number talk and if you do your group work, you'll find that your learners will come up with the strategies. And they'll ease into it and they will adopt one that works for them. And that's fine, as long as they can engage with you and tell you how they got to it. Or your questioning technique is so on point that it supports you in determining what they know and what they don't know. And then you can move with them to another level. Okay? So we depend on competence, teacher integrity, and accountability. We need to take responsibility for our weak results. Right? And people often ask, why do they do so well in Singapore and Malaysia and all the other countries that are getting top results? And when we do the terms, we're always bottom of the rung. Or when we do the SACMEC in the African continent here, we always bottom. South Africa is always in the bottom 3 or the bottom 6. They have a different context, né? And they have the strategy also. I'm not going to go prior, I'm just telling you they have a strategy. So after every 3 or 5 years, you will go and teach in front of a panel of inspectors. And if you don't make the grade, then they will nicely ask you to leave the profession. So they only take nothing but the best. But like I said, we have a different context here, okay? So we need to build and we need to grow what we have to the best of our ability. And teachers, you are in a good space. You have chosen the profession to help children learn. Profound. Just do your best. I know you can do it. Each of you, you're not sitting here because you want to sit here. You have a purpose. And you just came for a top up. That's what you're here for. So well done to you. This is the classroom that we envisage. And if you go on the DBE website, you download the book, Teaching Maths for Understanding. And please read the book. And know that the book aims to capacitate teachers and learners, largely looking at the teaching cohort. Okay? So this is the framework we're looking at. And we took from Kilpatrick's 5 strands, we have the 4 strands. We talk to procedural fluency, conceptual understanding, reasoning ability, and in the final analysis, the strategic competence of the learner. Because that's what we aim to build, strategic competence. Now, when do we get to strategic competence and what comes first? They all interact. They all relate to one another. The procedural, conceptual, reasoning, and that is what happens in your learning center. We talk about a learning-centered classroom, which is what you should be having in your classroom. Where there's concept development happening, there's active learning taking place, making sense of mathematics is happening, problem solving, justifying answers, substantiating. No, I did it like this, I did it like that, finding that we get the same answer, but we worked on different strategies. Looking at the maths in context, talking to learner errors, connecting topics. If we do addition in grade 1, right, we need to teach subtraction as well. Show them the inverse. Show them the relationship. Okay? Because there's such a lot of teachers saying, I need some help as to how to teach subtraction in grade 1. If you've taught addition and you miss the opportunity to teach subtraction, when do you think you're going to teach subtraction? Okay, then we say that the curriculum is overloaded. It's not overloaded. You need to have that understanding so that you can make that connections and you can steer your teaching in that way. That is the teacher knowledge that we want. Okay? It might seem and look like a huge mountain to climb. But if you just look at it and try and see the connections, you'll see. You can do it. You can do it. So I just indicated there what the conceptual understanding is, procedural fluency, mathematics. There's always also a question, what comes first? Procedural fluency or conceptual development? The one aids the other. Okay? You saw these learners, what they're doing. The number talk. What does number talk build on? Procedural fluency and conceptual understanding. Okay? So look at it and look at things. I always say, try and see how the puzzle fits together. Look at the big picture. Nothing is taught in isolation. Every topic is related. And that's why I said to you from the start, the biggest building block is the counting. So if learners can count and graduate from counting or through counting, get to strategies, certain strategies, they're on the winning pathway. And the final strategic competence is when they can apply their knowledge, when they can apply what they have learned to work at that operation, to do that calculation, to do that word problem. Okay? Then we know learning has happened. Now, how do you as a teacher establish that? How do you as a teacher know that your learners are at that strategic competence level within counting in fives? You know, in the diagnostic assessment, we give the learners groups of 5 to count. Now, I know that every day in your mental maths period, you're counting in fives. You're counting in twos, you're counting in tens. But how did you extend that for the learners? How relevant is that counting? Can they take that counting with them as a life skill? Can they? Can they double the 5 and count in tens and see it immediately? Like I'm always saying, the 2 times table is key. Because once they know the 2 times table, they can do the 4, they can do the 8. They can double up all the way. Oh. Conceptual understanding. I'm working on 10. I'm just showing you that. There's a lot of principles in there. Have a look. Our learners can't do this. That is why they're still drawing sticks. They don't see that 10 ones are equivalent to 1 10. Okay? So we're working on procedural fluency, reasoning ability, strategic competence. Word problems. I'm just going to do 2 with you. Change, addition and subtraction, and we're going to work on change, compare, combine. Now, combine can also be called joined in, or, yeah, you'll find that there's different words for these types of problems that you need to know. This is not for the learner's knowledge. This is purely for you, for the teacher knowledge, okay? Please take cognizance of that. Word problems indicated in the work, in the policy document, the CAPS policy. Please look at these pages for your grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. There's your scoped out neatly types of problems. And that's what you need to know. And if you can just use that types as your base and build your own repertoire, build more, just change a number range. You'll have a beautiful repertoire of word problems with a particular word types that you can use, that you need to expose your learners to, but we so often do not expose them to all the types. So we look at change. What is change in addition and subtraction? Combine and compare. Combine is the easiest one. When we take 2 separate, we combine two separate parts to make a whole. The change is when the total increases or decreases because something changes or what happens to the starting number. And comparing, you'll see the difference between, okay? You'll see that coming up now. There's your change addition, increasing. And this is showing when we do that, make the sides equal diagnostic item. And learners can't do that. Because we do not teach the is equal to sign in totality. We teach the is equal to sign to combine two numbers and to get a total. Change, subtraction, decrease. Look where the question mark is, look where the unknown is. Okay, you have to have knowledge of this, teachers. This one here, the middle one, the change unknown, is sorely neglected, and also at the start unknown. The change unknown, there are 13 sweets in the jar. Mom takes some out of the jar. Now there are 11 sweets in the jar. How many sweets did Mom take from the jar? Okay? Combined problems are putting together two parts to make a whole or three parts to make a whole. And I'm asking the question, do you know that this is actually the start of solving that algebra in maths later? So everything we do at the bottom, everything we do in the foundation phase must be well embedded because it must support learners in further mathematics. So we must know our story. We must be in command of our subject, of our teaching in the foundation phase, okay? Combined problems, solving for the total, for the whole, or solving for the missing part. Combined addition, there again, the unknown. I try to keep the same numbers so that you can just play around and see. Sometimes when you keep the same numbers, it's a bit confusing for some people. But I want to challenge you, okay? So Rob has 13 marbles. He wins 2 marbles. How many marbles does he have? Rob has 11 marbles. He wins some. Now he has 13 marbles. How many marbles did he win? Rob has some marbles. He won 2 marbles. Now he has 13 marbles. How many marbles did he have to begin with or at the start? Okay? We are not exposing our learners to this type of word problems. I see it with the results in the diagnostic. Maybe it's because we're not comfortable with doing it. Compare greater, fewer, and difference. Dan had 4 sweets. Tom has 7 sweets. How many more sweets does Tom have than Dan? In these sums, you can do either addition or subtraction. Like I always say, there's many ways to skin that cat. Okay? And learners will come up with a strategy. Start these problems, use small, friendly numbers. Get the learners to grow their confidence. That's important. Okay? And once they have that confidence, you can then slowly up the number range. Okay? And they should be able to still do the problems. Compare can be quite a problem as well. That comes in a lot when it comes to age. Mom is 30 years old, Dad is 5 years older than her. Okay? Now here I have some questions that you can go and do in your own spare time. Is it change, is it combine, is it compare? Just take it down and you can work at it in your group at school, in one of your PLCs. I'm going to go to the next one. Nina has 6 apples. Her mom gave her 4 apples. You're going to work with me now. How many apples does she have now? What type of problem is that? What type of problem do we have? A compare what? Addition. Compare addition. Next one. Tom has 5 bananas. Tina has 8 bananas. How many more bananas does Tina have than Tom? What do we have? We have compare, subtraction. Next one. Sam has 4 green marbles and 8 blue marbles. How many marbles does Sam have altogether? Easy peasy, come. Combine, addition. Great stuff. There are 12 birds on the branch. 3 fly away. How many birds are left? Compare, subtraction. Great. Mom is 28 years old and dad is 7 years older than her. How old is dad? What do we have here? There we go. You get in there. Great stuff. I have 21 beads. 9 are yellow and the rest are green. How many green beads do I have? Brilliant. Compare, subtraction. There we go. Okay? Multiplication tables. Why do we have to do it? What does it entail? Take a pick. Have a look at this. Being able to do 650 divided by 16. Thank you, Karima. Multiplication tables. What's happening in the heads? How are they computing this?
I want to take a pic of the other one.
You come to me later. Okay? I'm not going to go back. Okay? Look at that. Look at that grid. Look how we grow that grid. Can you see? So your answer will be between what? Between 40 and 41. Okay? Teachers, I'm not keen on the answer. I'm keen on the learner's reasoning ability. How did he get there? You know what I actually wanted to do when I prepared for this? I thought to myself, let me give them a lot of word problems with the answers. And let me ask them and see how they reason to get to the answer. So this is a brilliant idea for you to take to your PLCs. Okay? Work on that. So that you each will see that you will each come up with a different strategy. And what then? Then you will perhaps appreciate your learners more, to give them that space in the classroom to engage and to come up with their own strategy. Okay? And not to dictate to them. It's all about the ability to reason. And for the learner to show his understanding of how he arrived at that answer. Making maths meaningful and making it a life skill. Okay? Doing, talking, and investigating, I can't emphasize this enough. Okay? And in that is also the strategy that they use. They read with understanding, they plan, they do, and they check. Okay? That's a problem-solving little, just a snippet from the CAPS document to show you that it is there. Problem types in grade 3 that we didn't touch on. Grouping, sharing, addition, subtraction. There's your change, combine, compare. There's your proportional sharing, your repeated addition, your rate, and your grids. Grids are powerful because you can relate your tables, your division, and your multiplication, and your repeated addition. Okay? When you go back and you just go over this, I'll give you a handout as well. You'll see. This is the one I spoke about earlier. The diagnostic item that learners can't do, but yet our learners can count in 5, they can sing that recitation, they know it by heart. But how meaningful is it? That is key. That's where we go wrong. How meaningful is it? Okay, is there really understanding? I don't think so. Because he could do everything, but he couldn't count on. So what level is he on here? We must also be able to understand that. That's why I say you need to know the levels of counting. So that you can understand what level your learner is counting on. And work at that. Again, and that little red underline at the bottom, that's where it says, encourage group counting. Encourage grouping. That's what it says there. Okay? That's why I highlighted it. Here we go. This is also one where they must share. They must divide half the total. Half the total of carrots is equal to, okay, they have to count and they have to do half. And those are the skills and knowledge and the connections that the learner needs to know in his head, in his mind in order to do that operation, that word problem. What does he know? So take down that. How good can he sabotage? How well can he group? Can he see instantly how the carrots are being grouped there? These are some more of the diagnostics that they couldn't do. We know time is, this is the one I spoke about when I spoke about the is equal to sign. How well are we teaching that? In the GBE workbook in grade 2, we deal with the is equal to on the scale like this. Making the sides equal. In grade 1, we teach the vocabulary just as many, the same as. There we go. Leading to teaching them to the is equal to. Okay? This is some of the problems as well that I just sketched there. Foundation-based teaching approach. I want to take you to, this is what you are confronted with in the grade 3 workbook. You see every learner is working on the same word problem and a different strategy, according to their level of understanding. Read and understand, I said you plan, you do, and you check. That's basically our method for problems, to do the word problems, okay? There we have this one using the number line, building on tens. He broke down the number and he can build on 10. He's fitting the puzzle that way. The reasoning is the process of using existing knowledge to draw conclusions. That is why they need to know. Then number combinations are absolutely key. You know it as number bonds. Please, teachers, if your grade 1s do not know the number bonds up to 9 at this stage, you have got to do a lot of homework. They must be fluent in it, flexible in it, and be able to see how they can connect and fill that 10. Please, I beg you. That's as important a life skill as knowing the multiplication tables. Your number combinations, your number bonds deserves the same impetus as your multiplication tables. And it starts first, so you actually do the addition before you do the multiplication, so it should be. Some of you went to the reasoning workshop where you learned about deductive reasoning, inductive reasoning, how to create rules. Very, very important. This little one, she filled the 10 there, from 46 to 50. That's how she added the 24 to 46. Okay? And this is all in your DBE workbook. So if you are not sure, go and consult it. This little one, he went straight to the 20. Okay? Also number line. You see how powerful the number line is? But there must come a time when we need to wean the baby from the bottle. Okay? Because we want that number line to be here. Right? This is what he did. Just showing you. Practice is key. Multiple and varied opportunity for practice. That's that same problem in different ways. That was just done with different numbers. Okay, so can you see how the multiple and varied opportunity that you must give that learner to master that? Can you see the practice he can get? Okay? You see the practice. Same type of sum, a word problem, I simply just use different numbers, okay? And that's what you can do to grow your repertoire of word problems. Activities to help learners engage, note the patterns to build on, to get to number sense. From grade R to grade 1, 2, and 3, and 4, 2 and 3, have a look at that. And using simple numbers. Okay? Comfortable numbers, friendly numbers. This is in the diagnostic assessments, where learners battled. As I just put out the little recipe and how to do the error analysis. The Gugu saves for a pair of shoes that cost 100 rand. She has half of the amount. How much more does she need to buy that pair of shoes? So I put that here so that you can see how the child's thinking is going, where he can be taking his knowledge from. Everybody confronts that learner from the onset with a 100 chart. How meaningful are you making that 100 chart? Okay? It's not just rows and columns of numbers. Not just rows and columns of numbers. There's a strategy of how to solve that problem. And I promise you, there's always a sum like that in the systemic, those who are teaching grade 3. There's always a money sum. Spending money and how much change they must get. And what is so sad, they come from home and they can go and buy that loaf of bread at the shop. And they, with their mommy's 20 rand and they can bring 5 rand change or 4 rand change. They can work with money. But when they come to the classroom, they're stunted. Why? Where are we going wrong? Why are we not building on the known? The way we're supposed to teach, from the known to the unknown. Okay? Taken from the TIMS. This is a grade 5 item, but in my books, this is a grade 1 item. If we teach our children well, they should be able to do this in grade 1 already. Think about it. Okay? Think about it. Look at that sum. Look at that word problem. You should be able to connect and tell me what type of word problem that is. Grade 1, I'm saying in my books it's a grade 1 sum. There we have another one with a scale. Also, a grade 3 term 1 in my books. Do you see it? I know I'm going a bit over time, but I just want to squeeze through this so you can see where the emphasis is and how we need to do a thorough job. Okay? So these are examples from the TIMS that I'm telling you this is grade 3 term 1 level. So like in the systemic, where you are confronted with, your learners confronted with grade 1 level questions, grade 2 level, and grade 3, and grade 4. Same with the TIMS. This is something from the Diagnostic. This one here with a mandala takes 45 minutes to get to school. Zonda takes twice as long. How many hours and minutes does Zonda take to get to school? Time is always a problem, right? Why? Why? Where are we going wrong? Counting in ones. There's another one. This is some more of the diagnostic that relates to time. That if we do it well, the children in grade 5, you must know in South Africa we are very fortunate. Our learners write a grade 4 paper at a grade 5 level. Right? And I'm saying if we do the time well, there shouldn't be a problem with that time sum. Because that's actually a grade 3. Grade 3 should be able to do that time sum. Okay? With all the practice that you're getting. Some more. Some more of your systemic, of your TIMS. And relating it to the fractions. Also a very sore Achilles heel. If you need to leave, please do leave. I'm just continuing, okay? Because isn't it tea time now? Yeah? Okay. Fractions of a collection. I just did a paper for Gauteng, yeah. And they asked these questions in the grade 3 level, in the Olympiad question. 3/4 of 28, or 3/4 of 26. Are we doing that at grade 3 level? Array counting. This was one of the weaknesses and poorly answered in one of the systemic. One of the diagnostic assessments given, the chocolate slab. And I had a lot of teachers asking, how do you work out that sum? Please show us. Like I said, give your learners the opportunity to apply their strategic competence to solve this problem. Which tools are they going to use? What strategy will they show you? Many ways, have a look at that. Powerful number line again. Okay? We're not looking at our answer. We're looking at the child's reasoning ability. How do we reason? Equalizing, also a type of problem. Fixed rate. Love this with the grids. Very important. I think we're at the end now. Very, very important. Problems should be presented in ways, in a range of ways, not only real life problems. I thank you ladies for listening. Reasoning ability, okay? I hope that you have a good take home. Karima?
And we apologize for that. And I'm sure you can take an extra 10 minutes. But let's just thank Ms. Gautam for a most inspiring presentation and allowing you to go and look at your CAPS document with another lens. The lens, you know, we have a tendency to just give children word problems. But we actually have to teach for understanding, as you heard yesterday from Dr. Hannah Barnes. So thank you, and please go and enjoy. And again, apologies for holding you a little later. I have a phone. Sorry, somebody got up. Somebody's left their phone on the chair. If anybody remembers as theirs, they can come and fetch it from me. Thank you, ladies. I'm going to bring it to you now. I have the copies, but it's one per school because there aren't too many. So if one person, then we can give more than one school.
nom South Africa. Nee, 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 vraag hij zei South Africa. You're right, Peggy,
If we can just fill up from the front. I have the privilege.
Don't go through the bibliography, just shorten it.
Shorten, just shorten.
I've made my presentation a bit shorter. I took out some of the slides.
Okay, because we need some nice questions at the end.
Yes. Yeah.
But it was so brilliant.
Oh, was it? Oh.
Absolutely.
Oh, I thought maybe it was too up in the sky.
No, it was brilliant.
Oh.
I simply loved it.
Oh, thank you.
And I can listen to it again.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, ladies. Good morning, colleagues. That's better.
That's a better one.
I'm just waiting for people to be seated. Colleagues, it's my privilege to introduce this esteemed presenter, Professor Elizabeth Pretorius, but better known as Prof. Lily. Now, Prof. Lily don't want me to speak about her, but I like to brag about her. I just want to tell you that for the past 20 years, she has been involved in projects that explore ways of improving literacy development in high poverty contexts, designing and piloting literacy tests to track reading development, examining factors that impact on reading comprehension, improving teacher training on reading instruction, and helping schools develop school libraries. She has published over 50 research articles, several chapters in books, and has co-authored a book with Sarah Murray on teaching reading comprehension. And more recently, she has co-edited a book with Nick Spool on early grade reading in South Africa. She also serves on the Pearl Steering Committee in South Africa for several years, and is also a member of the South African Human Rights Special Commission on the right to read and write. So that is our Professor Lily. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me? I've got this strange contraption on my head.
You can use this as well, because this is quite...
Is that better? Okay. I like to talk with my hand. I'm going to talk about reading comprehension today, making the invisible more visible. There's a lot. Reading comprehension is very complex, and there's a lot we can say about it. So there are lots of things I'm going to leave out. It's not because they're not important, but because I'm going to focus on certain things only. We've only got an hour, and I did a run yesterday, and I was trying to cover too much, so I've trimmed it down a bit. There might not be time for questions, so please feel free to put up your hand and ask a question or make a comment at any point in the process. Okay. A lot of what the topics I've selected today come from my experience with pearls. We all know that our children do very poorly in pearls. And I've examined, we've analyzed the pearls results with colleagues and actually looked at books and the kinds of questions that the children give in the pearls thing to better understand why they're doing so poorly. So the way they answer questions gives us insight into what they're not understanding about the way they're reading the text. So that's why I've focused on these particular things. Now, the outline of my presentation. In my work with teachers, we know that two factors are very important in the quality of teaching. What a teacher knows about the subject that they teach, and what they know about the pedagogy, how to teach things. So you might, like a mathematician, might be absolutely brilliant at maths and know the content very well, but not necessarily be a good teacher because they don't know how to impart that knowledge. But at the same time, teachers might be told how to use different methods, but very often the application of those methods is actually poor. They reach a ceiling very quickly if they don't really understand the content behind the method. So a lot of what I'll be talking about is focusing a bit on content, getting to understand what it is that you must teach. And I'm very much an advocate of explicit teaching. And explicit teaching doesn't only mean, well, now today we're going to talk about X and X means whatever. Explicit teaching is also modeling for children, showing them how to do something and then breaking up that process into smaller bits and explaining how texts work. So the topics I'll be covering are different ways of learning. Your understanding as a foundation phase teacher, you need to know so much about the child's development, their numeracy, their language development, their literacy development, life skills, their physical and socio-emotional development as well. So really, foundation phase teachers are rocket scientists. You need to know a lot. And your understanding of how children develop, and especially in reading, language, and literacy development. Also, the differences between oral comprehension and written comprehension. They're similar in many, many ways, but they're also fundamentally different. And you need to understand why written comprehension, reading comprehension, is so difficult for many children. Oral comprehension is primary. It's what we're born with. Written comprehension is secondary. We have to learn how to do it. And then the skills needed for reading comprehension and how different texts work. Those are the sort of content areas that we'll be covering. And then we look at the pedagogic content, how explicit instruction for reading comprehension can work in this context. Okay, so different kinds of learning. The different things we learn in foundation phase. There's the physical learning that's happening, movement, the body development, and the gross and fine motor coordination. Then there's social and emotional content. And then the mental and cognitive. And the mental and cognitive is the sort of academic aspects, the things that they're learning about, whereas the social, emotional, very important in reading to help you understand text. Sorry, that's my phone now. We'll just ignore it. Then learning can also happen incidentally. It's just through exposure, through the way children chat on the playground, or they watching TV programs and they might pick up words and learn things that way. Through play, watching others do things. But then there's also direct teaching, or what we call explicit instruction, where an adult focuses on something very specific to teach the child about it, and you draw attention to certain aspects of the thing that you want them to know. There has been an approach in social constructivism, you all know about social constructivism, where a lot of the assumptions have been, don't focus too much on explicit teaching, provide the ideal conditions, and you're just a facilitator of the learning process, and the child will learn in the process. But there has been a bit of a switch, especially in developing countries. We know from interventions that work, being explicit, making things that are invisible to children. To us, they might seem obvious, but to children, they're invisible. It's making that invisible thing more visible, and that facilitates the learning process. Okay. So we've done research with colleagues on reading comprehension. What do teachers actually do in the classroom? And we've interviewed and sent out questionnaires to over 300 teachers. And we find that most of them they all say, yes, we teach reading comprehension. And we say, how do you do it? And they say, we give the children a text to read and we give them questions to answer. And that's what they do. Now, is that explicit instruction? Not really. It's reading comprehension by doing, but not really. You're not really showing the child how the text works and what they're supposed to do, what the expectations are, how you actually engage with written language to make meaning. So showing kids how a text works and how to make meaning from it through modeling and drawing their attention to specific aspects is what we mean by direct instruction. I'm going to focus a bit on social cognition because a lot of the Pearls questions deal with issues about social cognition. What do children understand when they read a text about the characters and why the characters do things in the way they do, what their motives are? And our children perform very poorly. They just cannot understand those kind of questions. So that's become an area that I've done recent research in, is why are children not... Social cognition is part of our makeup. It's how we make our way through the world. So why are children not seeing this in the text that they read? And it involves things like social understanding, pro-social behavior, being aware of other people, their emotions, their feelings of empathy, tolerance for people who are different, and understanding that people who can have different views or perspectives from our own, and that they may know things that we don't know, or we may know things about the characters that the characters don't know. So we'll be looking at some of those issues. And there are different attitudes to the role of reading. I don't know if any of you were avid bookworms when you were younger, and maybe your mother sometimes said, such a beautiful day outside, why don't you go and play outside, don't sit inside. And some parents regard too much reading as unhealthy. It's like you're escaping from the real world into a book. Okay, there's no evidence for this. Social psychologists have been doing research, and they're also including neurological research now in social cognition. And very interesting findings, as the British author Julian Barnes says, when you read a good book, you do not escape from life. You actually plunge deeper into it. And it's based on the simulator model. You know, when pilots learn to fly a plane, it's too costly for them to learn to fly a real plane because they might crash it. So they have these very sophisticated flight simulators, and they learn how to take off and how to land and all the complex things in the flight process. And those simulators are so real that by the time they actually get into a plane, they know what to do. And the argument now among social cognitivists is that reading is like a flight simulator of life. Through reading, we learn about life, and that's why we plunge deeper into life through reading rather than escaping from it. So bear that in mind when you do reading comprehension with your children, especially with narrative text. And the research shows that people who read regularly have stronger social networks. They're not these isolated, shy people that we always associate with bookworms. They suffer less from loneliness and depression than people who cannot read or who do not read. So that's a very important life skill to take with you into life. Give the children the ability to read and to really enjoy reading with enjoyment, and they're learning so much about life that they're better prepared to handle all the ups and downs of life. So, right, let's move on. Now, the benefits of reading, we know that they're cognitive linguistic benefits. You acquire knowledge through reading. Through reading, you learn about the world. Reading takes you beyond your own boundaries, and you're learning new things all the time, especially from intermediate phase onwards. Children their reading skills should be such that they can read from their textbooks and learn from them, even if they're reading on their own. That they have that ability to learn new things about topics that they don't necessarily know. And there have been some critics of the Pears text, and they said, oh, how can we expect South African children? The reason why they're doing so poorly is that those Pears texts give them topics on things that they know very little. Well, that's what reading is for, precisely so that you can learn about things that you don't know. It's also about your familiar world, but the whole point of foundation phase reading is you're getting your kids to a point where they don't just read about topics they know. They can start reading about topics that they don't know, because that's what they're going to do with their textbooks in intermediate phase onwards. And through reading, we do know from research, it's very compulsive research over and over again. Children who read a lot, know a lot more words than children who don't read. And that is incontrovertible evidence. And the reasons for it, as we'll see later, and as Val Kohler spoke earlier this morning, if you want children to write well, they need a good vocabulary. And they're not going to pick up a vocabulary just from listening to their teacher. They're going to pick up a vocabulary, especially from the age of 9 onwards. The more they read, that's where they'll pick up the vocabulary through reading. And more complex language structures and so on. But there are also these socio-emotional benefits of reading now that we know. That reading, especially reading narrative texts, plays a socializing role. It promotes growth of social understanding, it develops perspective taking, empathy, and so on. And those are very important things. We're a rainbow nation. We consist of many different people with different ways of life. We have to teach tolerance. We have to be tolerant if we're so diverse. Otherwise, the scenarios are too terrible to contemplate. And you can teach tolerance of and social empathy through the reading of stories. No, I'm just going to skip that. Right. Now, let's think about oral comprehension and written comprehension. There are things that are similar, but they are actually different. So, as I said, oral comprehension is primary. That's what children learn from when they're born. They're learning to make meaning in the oral form. They listen and interact with people via spoken language, and they rely on their language knowledge, their linguistic knowledge, as well as gestures, intonation, and the context in which the talk is happening. So they've got lots of clues that they're using to help them make meaning. So if a teacher walks in and says, "Good morning, class," they're looking at her face all the time, you know. Or a teacher that walks in and says, "Hi, good morning, class." Hey, you know, you're using all those clues to interpret, how is teacher feeling today? How much chances can I take with her? You know, you have to learn to navigate your way through life. Or maybe there's a very strict parent at home, and the child comes home and they read the signs very carefully to see which way the parent's going to go. And they're very good at that. They're very good at using clues in the oral form. But then you give them a text. There are lots of clues in the text, and they just don't know how to pick them up. So we need to show them how the clues that we have in oral comprehension are shifted, and they're signaled in a different way in a text, and they must use those written clues to make meaning. So children might be very good at oral comprehension. And you might read a story orally to them and ask them questions, and they engage, and they really understand what it is that you've read to them. But remember, you mediating that story in oral reading. You are the mediator, and your intonation, your gestures, and your voice, the kinds of questions you've asked, have helped them construct meaning as they go along. When we talk about reading comprehension, the idea is the child is on their own. It's just the child and the text. They're sitting there with this text, especially in formal reading assessments. They're sitting there, it's up to them. They're making meaning on their own, and we want to know how good they are at it. The better they are at it, the better they're going to perform academically throughout schooling. And it's how we help them make that shift from the oral clues to the written clues. So we do know that children need a lot of support in shifting from an oral mode of comprehension to how it differs in the written mode. Right, so quickly, reading happens in a context. The first context is the individual context. We have language when we start reading, and we have cognition when we start reading. And those things help us with reading. But we're not in an island. We're born within a particular context, a home, a schooling, a community context that has various attitudes to reading. Either the broader community or the home encourages reading, or else there are no books in the home, no reading activities in the home, and the community doesn't really encourage reading. And children come to school with these particular attitudes that they picked up from the broader context. And reading is very complex itself, and it goes through different stages. So we have, you've heard about the big five: phonological, phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency. There's been a lot of discussion about it at this conference. You know how important it is. And that feeds mainly into decoding. And decoding is a necessary precursor for reading comprehension. Children might have oral comprehension, but if they cannot decode, there's no way that they can understand a text on their own. So decoding is absolutely necessary. And you must be aware of your learners' decoding levels. Because with formal reading instruction, you really start around about grade 2 and grade 3. And your learners who cannot decode are not necessarily going to benefit from your instruction. So the first step is, when you do reading comprehension, more formal approach to reading comprehension, is make sure that your weak decoders get stronger, because they cannot apply those things on their own, as we'll see later. Once children can decode, then reading is all about comprehension anyway, so then vocabulary and other things come into play, and social cognition. So why is decoding so important? It's a neurological thing. It's the way our brain is made up. It consists of accuracy. So when we develop a new skill, when we're learning letter sounds, the first thing is we must be accurate. You learn not to make mistakes. You learn how to do it properly. And once your accuracy improves, and it's strange, it's up to between like 90-95% accuracy level, then your processing speed improves. Your processing speed won't improve if your accuracy doesn't improve. So we have first accuracy, and then they start speeding up. And then it becomes automatized. And what happens is that at the neurological level, processing happens very, very fast. We measure it in milliseconds. As the neural pathway strengthens, it sinks below the level of consciousness. We're not aware of what we're doing anymore. And that's a magic moment, because it frees up your memory. And that's the important thing. You need memory for reading comprehension. And that's why decoding is so important. You have to get them to a certain level of speed to free up working memory. Otherwise, they're so busy decoding, they cannot do all the other important things. They cannot use the clues in the text to make meaning. So the reading processing must be rapid and inefficiency. So we can then run on autopilot. The decoding can run on autopilot. And this confers a massive advantage. And the reason why, in 2016, 78% of our grade 4s could not read for meaning. In 2021, after COVID, it went up to 81% of our learners could not read for meaning. And a lot of people said, oh, you know, teachers aren't asking higher order questions. They're not doing enough reading in the classroom, whatever. Those might be true factors. But if 81% of children cannot read for meaning, it's a sure sign that they don't have processing speed to make meaning, that they're not good decoders. And that's why it's so wonderful what the Western Cape Education Department is doing. They're focusing on decoding. Teach your phonics well. Make sure that those kids know their phonics, that they know how to blend. Because if you don't know your phonics, you cannot read words. We have so much data in South Africa that shows that empirically. It's just incontrovertible. So if anyone says, no, you're doing mechanical stuff, you must focus on meaning. Meaning is what drives everything. Say to them, well, you don't know the neurological research on how reading happens. It's incontrovertible. You cannot make meaning if you're cognitively very slow. So decoding is really very, very important. Okay, once learners can decode, then they can start making meaning in the written mode. And then things like vocabulary, language knowledge, background knowledge, thinking skills, all those reading comprehension strategies like inferencing, visualizing, and asking questions and so on, those things kick in then. And what children know about the text and how texts work, very, very important. Genre, what we call genre knowledge. Those things then become very important. And you see that little plane taking off? It's a nice metaphor of the decoding reading comprehension relationship. When that little plane is still cruising on the takeoff strip, it's got to pick up speed. If it doesn't go fast enough, the plane can't take off. You can't get lift. So kids are starting in grade 1, you know, they're still bumping along with their phonics and they're sorting it out. The process is slowly automatizing. They're becoming more accurate, they're doing it a bit faster, and then they can pick up. And that's why the benchmarks have now been introduced. If they can't read at a certain age by grade 2, they're not going to lift off. But you want, when you start your explicit reading instruction, ideally that plane should be in the air by now. Otherwise, they're not really going to benefit from this. Right, and social cognition is everywhere. When you notice it, it's suddenly, wow, it's there. We knew it was important, but when your attention is drawn to it, then you see how much it's there in stories all the time. Okay, so that's just the developmental pattern of how children are taking off. And we're looking now at developing proficiency readers around about grade 2, grade 3, when you can really start doing important text work with them. Okay, so we're going to look at text structure, we're going to look at some vocabulary work, do some text work, what that means, and some social cognition work. Right, so how do narratives text work? There's a basic structure to that. And you can help children understand the basic structure by using something like a story glove. There are different formats that you can use. I find this works very well because it's a nice manipulative that you can make. And children can put the glove on while you're reading the story and they can wiggle their fingers. So it has, there's a setting, there are characters, and then some people describe stories as a beginning and a middle and an end, but I find that a bit unsatisfactory because what does a middle look like? What does the beginning look like? So we use the notion of there's a problem. Most stories have some kind of problem. And the story is actually about how you resolve that problem. And the middle of the story is the problem and the resolution of the problem. And then at the end, there might be some summing up. A lot of story structures just with that, and in grade R and grade 1, you can ask them, what's your favorite part? But they must learn, this is a higher level of abstraction. So they read the story, they know the events, like the 3 little pigs, the 3 little pigs, they go out, and the one makes his house of straw, and the big bad wolf comes and blows it down. The other one makes his house of sticks, a bit stronger than straw, not strong enough, the wolf comes, and the third one makes the house of bricks, and it stays, it's solid. It's development house, or what? And the whole point of that story is, why are we telling children a story like that? And that's why the big idea is so important. It's thinking about, it's engaging with this thing. Why did the author even tell us this story? Maybe in the old days, stories were told to warn children how to avoid certain accidents or, difficult things in life. There's no right answer to the big picture, but it's a way to engage the children. And even in grade R or grade 1, you can start asking them, what's the big idea? In like the 3 little pigs, what do you think the big idea is? It could be the moral of a story or the lesson we learn from it. I don't really like lesson and moral. I prefer the thing, the big picture, the big idea. So what is the big idea in the 3 little pigs? Well, it could be lots of things. I mean, one of the big ideas is that what's our basic in Maslow's hierarchy? Our basic need is to feel safe. We want a safe place, and we want to have people we love with us in our safe space. And the first little pig, he doesn't create a safe space. It's straw. It makes you very vulnerable. So there are always big bad wolves out there in the big world that can come and mess up and threaten your safety. So that's one way of the big idea, how we look for safe spaces in our lives. And the other little pigs then join the third little pig in the brick house. And then you're surrounded by loved ones, people. We need relationships as well as safety. So the purpose of a narrative is to entertain, but also to make us think a bit more deeply about life. And children's stories are incredibly philosophical. They operate, if you look at the big idea, they're dealing with very important philosophical issues in life. And we can make children aware of that right from the beginning, just by discussing them orally first. But they must know the sequences, they must know everything that happened in order to think about what is the big picture. So, talking about the big picture helps learners step back from the details, and that's what analysis and synthesis is actually all about. Not getting too bogged down by the details, but being able to step back and look at things from a higher level. Here we've got all the details about the little pigs. What does it really all mean at a higher level? And a lot of teachers aren't really doing the big idea, the big idea, asking questions at that level. But you can do that even in grade 1 orally. And then you shift slowly to the written mode. It's not just guessing anything. Teach your learners from an early age is they must justify their answers in relation to the story. It can be done orally. We've read the story, and whatever answer they come up with, it must somehow relate to the story. It's a bit like teaching them, the legal framework. If you make any claims, you must have some kind of evidence to support what it is that you're claiming. So the big idea is the thing that really connects you to life, and where a lot of the social and cognitive understanding happens. But information texts are different. They don't have this. You don't have this kind of structure in an information text. It's completely different. So it helps if, especially from grade 2 onwards, you start showing them what information texts really look like. The main purpose is different. It's not so much to entertain as to inform. And it's often on topics that we might know very little. So you're learning new things all the time in an information text. And the different aspects of the topic are dealt with in different paragraphs. We use headings and subheadings, and those are very important clues. And we find that a lot of children read information texts and they don't pay any attention to the headings or subheadings. It's one of the most important clues. It's like the teacher saying, okay, now we're going to talk about X. And the kids don't miss it in oral interaction, but they miss it, and that's what a heading does. It says, now we're going to talk about this. And the kids don't read it and they miss it. There's a lot of visuals, the tables, pictures, graphs, diagrams. A lot of teachers, students, even I've worked with first-year psychology students, and you know that psychology textbook is just full of visuals all the time. And so many of those first-year students, they just read the text and they say, no, ma'am, I don't look at those tables. They're too complicated. They don't know how to read them. So start from an early age. So, for example, here's information text taken from Pears. It's about rhinos and oxpeckers and the relationship between them. So the oxpecker bird eats the ticks on rhinos. It thrives on the blood of the ticks. So there's a mutual dependency between these two animals. The one's very big and the one's very small, but they're mutually dependent on each other. So these are just some excerpts. But you can see there's a table there. This is on the left, the rhino, information about the rhino. On the right, information about the oxpecker bird, and gives you vital statistics of each. It's a compare-contrast, very common structure that we get in information text, how to compare things. Look at the subheading, rhinos. And then that first paragraph is about rhinos. And then it says, and it's all about the rhino horn. Rhinos are most famous for their large horns. In fact, the name rhinoceros means nose horn. Some people believe that the horn is valuable as medicine, but that's not true. So the article is trying to teach us, is trying to fix some kind of misinformation that people have about rhinos. And then it says in the following paragraph, still, rhinos are in great danger from hunters. Even though rhinos are protected by law, they are still hunted for their horns. Here we have a cause-effect relationship. Very common in academic texts. There's a cause, and this is what the consequence is, or there's a reason, and this is the result. The reason why rhinos are being hunted is because people mistakenly believe that there's some magic in their horns. Then they move on to oxpeckers, and you can see there are pictures that are supporting this all the time. And these are just excerpts I've put together. And then the last one is explaining they depend on each other. And the first paragraph is a general thing, they depend on each other. And the subsequent paragraphs unpack this. And that's what information text do. There's a heading. This is one aspect that we're going to talk about. The first paragraph introduces the general thing and unpacks it. The next paragraph moves on to something and unpacks it. We need to show children that. When you give them an information text, ask them to look at the paragraphs. What's the first sentence say? The first sentence gives you an idea of what the topic is. And the rest of the sentence is about that. And then when you move on to the next paragraph, the topic changes slightly. You can see the oxpeckers. The first paragraph describes what oxpeckers look like. The second paragraph tells us what they eat. The third paragraph, goes on and so on. There's a logic to these information texts, and we very seldom tell the kids how they work. We show them how they work. So just making them aware of the underlying structure is very important. Right, the next thing is vocabulary. Vocabulary is central to everything. It's related to everything except the price of petrol. It's related to oral language proficiency. It's related to reading comprehension. It's related to academic performance in general, to general knowledge, and to IQ. Children who have larger vocabularies do much better in everything they do. Children with smaller vocabularies really struggle. And we need to build up children's vocabulary in their home language as well as in their English first additional language. And a lot of teachers spend a lot of time doing vocabulary in EFL, and they say, no, but these kids can speak isiXhosa or they can speak Afrikaans, I must focus on their English. But we need to build up home language vocabulary. That's very, very important, because that forms the conceptual base on which they can match what they know in their home language to another second language. Okay, so when you yes, content knowledge about vocabulary. Some people, it's difficult. Well, how do I even know which words must I teach? It helps if you know that there are frequency levels in vocabulary, and that's how we can manage it. So the most common words are what we call high-frequency words. They're up to like 3,000 words. Those are the most common words that are used on an everyday basis across any language. So English and Afrikaans and isiXhosa might have similar high-frequency words because we all tend to talk about those things on an everyday basis. Then you've got your mid-frequency words, the 4,000 to the 9,000 word level. These are your more academic words, the words that you'll get in textbooks, and they're less common. So, for example, you might have a word for like ghost, which is a high-frequency word, and children will learn that first. But there are other words for ghosts, like phantom, and that would be, phantom would occur in the mid-frequency level. And children need to acquire both kind of registers. The 10 words at the low-frequency level, those are 10,000 words and above, the words that we use less commonly, and they're also specified words like medical terminology, legal terminology, etc. Whatever terminology you've got, specialists, mathematics terminology, and so on. If children don't know those mid-frequency words, they're really going to struggle at school. And many grade 3s come in, they know words at the high-frequency level, but they don't really know written language, especially in primary school, contains words in the mid-frequency level. So they've got this oral high-frequency vocabulary, then you give them a written text where the kind of vocabulary that occurs doesn't occur in everyday speech. It occurs in written language. And they can't deal with it. So you have to really increase their exposure to the mid-frequency words and make sure that they're doing a lot of reading and help them with these tricky words. These are not tricky phonics words, they're tricky words that they wouldn't know otherwise outside of this context. I did research with a colleague on grade 3 foundation phase teachers, what kind of words they use. And it's interesting, we know that teachers in foundation phase say they don't want to use big words, then their children don't understand what they're talking about. And we understand that, that's fairly basic, but you must start using, especially in grades 2 and 3, you must start using bigger words. And encourage your children to become word detectives and to want to learn more and expand their base. There are many ways that you can do it. Sorry. So those first 3,000 words are important. But if that's all that kids know, they're not going to understand their texts. These mid-frequency words are really important. That's what we call the language of learning and literacy, the language of books. Okay, so vocabulary work. Teach your learners to look out for tricky words. When you read a passage to them, a text, whether it's information or narrative, ask them, say, I'm going to read the story to you, and you must look out for the tricky words and tell me what they are. Now, most learners we know are not going to do that because it makes them look a bit stupid. So we have to be a bit sneaky and we must give it status. Teach your learners to become word detectives and praise them. Word detectives for their ability to identify the tricky words. So who's a really good word detective in my class? And then they all want to become, and then they'll start saying, Miss, this word is a tricky word. Don't say which words don't you understand, just say which words are tricky words. Another way of doing it to say is if we read this story to, say you've got a grade 3 class, if we read the story to a grade 2 class, which words do you think they would struggle with? So, just shift it. Or if you read the story to your younger brother or sister, which words do you think would be tricky words? So it shifts away from them to something else. But make them aware of all those tricky words. They encounter lots of words they don't understand. It's like water off a duck's back. Okay. Show them how to use clues in the text. There are clues in the text and there are also clues in their head. There's background knowledge that they know. For example, if they read a sentence like, the whole experience was beneficial, we learned a lot that day. They don't know what beneficial means. But the next phrase is, we learned a lot that day. So it must be something that's good, beneficial. It's not something bad if you learn a lot from it. So then they can work out that maybe beneficial is something good. And then you can teach them English. We have a lot of Latin and Greek roots. So bene comes from Latin and means good. And the opposite is mal, M-A-L, and that is bad, like a malignant tumor is something that's bad, or if someone is malicious, it's bad. Whereas any word with bene in it is good, the benefits. Or here's a story you're reading about, it's a ghost story, and the little boy is walking through a cemetery on a moonlight night, and suddenly he saw it, the phantom. Well, he sees this word. He doesn't know what it is, but he can use his phonics knowledge to say, well, it starts with PH, and we know he had a very good phonics teacher in grade 1. The PH words go f in English. So you say that word, f, and then the rest is decodable. Phantom, a phantom. Continue reading. It's white and shadowy. If you all know Casper the ghost, phantoms are white and shadowy. And he's walking through a cemetery. So you're making these inferences. And he can then work out the clues from that. Okay, I just want to go a bit faster. A really important one is show children where information is that the questions are asking, and how the information in the text is linked to these questions. This is really important, and we see it in Pearls over and over again. So it's the information in reading comprehension questions are always in the text, and they must know how to find that information. I'll just pass this on. Alberto has got my PowerPoint, so if you want it, you can just ask Alberto to email it to you. So in Pearls, we've got these 4 levels of question. The first are the literal questions. The answer is right there. They can put their finger on it and teach them that. Is this a question where the answer is you can put your finger on it? Right there. The second one is an inference. It's close by. They must make a connection. It's not telling us directly, but here's some hints. So their fingers go, we search and think. It's sort of around there. The further it is away, the more difficult it is for younger children to make connections. We call that connections. And the integrative questions. If you're asking an integrative question, you're asking them to integrate bits of information from here and here and here and put it together. So I want to show you how it works. So the literal questions and the inferential questions are sort of in this, it's right in the text. You can put your finger on it, or you can do this with your fingers. The other ones are deeper. You have to find bits of information around the text and put it together. So what does that look like in an actual text? So here's a text about a lonely giraffe. The jungle animals were all friendly. The animals met every morning to talk about the jungle news, like the staff room in a school in the mornings. Everyone took their turns to speak, but no one listened to the giraffe. The giraffe was just too tall. By the time he lowered his head to the ground to speak, the other animals had lost interest. For a giraffe to lower its head, it's got to first spread its legs out, and the whole process takes quite long. So people just gave up on him. Right, here's the first question. What did the animals talk about every morning? The jungle news, it's right there. Can they put their finger on it? Yes. So when you do the text reading comprehension work like this, I call it text work. They each have their text. They must draw a circle around the information that answers that question and draw an arrow. They must put their finger right. You say, can you put your finger on the answer? Yes, it's right there. What about the next one? Why didn't anyone listen to the giraffe? Well, in the first paragraph at the end, it says no one listened to the giraffe. The giraffe was just too tall. But it's not just the tallness. What's further? By the time he lowered his head to the ground, to speak, the other animals had lost interest. It took too long. So this is the multiple choice. He was too tall. It's there, but they've got to. It's a bit of a straightforward inference. They've just got to make that link between the last sentence in the first paragraph and the sentence in the next paragraph. They've got to make that link. Their fingers go like this. So showing them exactly how this goes. You can go through with any comprehension text and just show them, model it for them over and over again, do it with several texts first, and then they start seeing, Because from the way we're analyzing the answers in the Pearls text, it's like these kids are just guessing. Here's a question, and it's like, it's an IQ test. I must just show how clever it is. They don't see the link. Well, it's right there in the text. Just find it. Can you put your finger on it? Must you search around a bit? Here's another one that shows you the integrative one. Not that one. What made the roaring sound in the distance? In the first paragraph, they mention a distant roar, and then you tell what the giraffe looked like, and his eyes are so big. And then later, in the third paragraph, the river is flooding, said the giraffe. So you can see there's a clue in the first paragraph, the clues in the second paragraph, because suddenly the giraffe's eyes get very big. And wow, what's going on here? And then another clue in the third paragraph. So they're integrating what we call globally. It's not right there, it's across, there's distance. And distance makes it more difficult. Imagine if you have very little working memory. You can't integrate things across distance. And that's why fluency is so important. For readers who can read fast and accurately, they keep that information in the first paragraph in their head, so that by the time they get to the third paragraph, they remember that information and they can integrate. That's what integration is about. You need working memory for that. And that's why. So just doing it, a couple of texts like this, with a narrative text and with an information text, shows them, they can see then the logic of the comprehension questions and how the information is there all the time. I just need to find the information. I've got 5 minutes more, and I won't speak about the price of petrol. Right. Social cognition, quickly. We're born with 6 basic emotions. All children have these across cultures, across language. Joy, fear, anger, disgust, sadness, and surprise. All other emotions are culturally acquired. We learn them in a social context. Things like cooperation, patience, kindness, empathy, respect, gratitude, forgiveness. They're all part of social cognition. And this is what we can teach children, especially in narrative texts. So theory of mind reading, it's basically how, as we grow up, we have to figure out what's going on in the minds of other people, what they think, believe. We call this mentalizing. And that helps us understand people better. If we understand what's going on in other people's minds, we know better how to understand them and how to react sometimes. So if Bully is crying, why is she crying? Is she hurt? Is she sad? Is she feeling sick? We need to try and figure out what's happening in Bully's mind as well if she's crying. So reading or listening to stories helps children make inferences about these kind of things. And it really helps for you to draw attention to this explicitly. And a regular storybook exposure does this kind of thing. Okay, we'll skip that. Teach them the language of emotions. And if you find that, there's this book, Handa's Surprise, this little girl, her friend lives in another village, and she's got this basket, and she fills it with fruit, and she's going to give her friend a surprise. And as she goes along, it's a lovely, funny book, and the kids absolutely love it. As she goes along, she says she's going to give her friend a surprise. As she goes along, there are animals that appear, and one by one, they take a fruit out of the basket. And Handa is not aware of what's happening. And this is what we call perspective taking. So the child reading the story knows something that Handa doesn't. And children love that. And they say, oh, Handa, animals are eating your fruit. And Handa walks on completely unaware of what's happening. You have to suspend your disbelief. And finally, the basket is empty, but somehow some tangerines fall into the basket. And when she gets to the village, she gives her friend the fruit, and it's completely different fruit. So Handa is surprised. And children love this. It teaches them perspective taking. And you can make this very explicit. What do you know that the character doesn't know? And there are lots of children's books that tap into this. We won't go into it. Here's one called Rosie. Rosie's Walk. Rosie's this hen. She's going home. And there's a fox following her behind. She doesn't know anything about the fox. Every time that fox wants to jump and catch Rosie, something happens to the fox. There you can see a rake lying. He jumps onto the the rake, and the rake hits him in the face. So Rosie is saved, and she walks on, and she tries another. I have to stop now. But children love this kind of thing. And you can draw their attention to perspective taking. What's happening in someone else's life that you know about, or what's happening that they know that you don't know. Okay, no more time, but thank you very much for your interest. Thank you. Yeah. There could be several reasons. One could be that the really drawn their attention to this. So if you make it explicit, it helps them. The other reason, once they've got decoding skills and they still struggle, it might be that they also have comprehension problems in the oral form. And that's why it's manifesting in the written as well. And you have to, you really have to help them, show them. Explicit instruction is very important. How texts work, how the structure works, building up their vocabulary, and so on, makes it very important. So, no. Okay. Thank you very much. Any other? Thank you.
Very much, Professor. I'm so sorry that the participants were leaving the room. It is such valuable information regarding comprehension. We really appreciate it, and we thank you for sharing this valuable knowledge with us. And one thing I can say is that comprehension is very important, and now I know there's a difference between doing comprehension and teaching comprehension. So thank you so much for making text visible for us. Thank you. I must thank you.
Awu. Molweni bethuna, botishara, siyacela abantu baze baningaza phambilana nje. Bethuna, sonke sizame uba lapha ngaphambili. Sigcwalise izitulo, noko sibambalwa kakhulu. Ukwenzela sizonika ithuba uDr azoqala. Okay. Phambi koba siqale, ndizawunika umlando ngoDr Sithole. I think abanye bebesebevile, but abanye bebengekho vali. Enkosi. Umlando kaDr Sithole ngulo. Sithetha ngoSibusiso Sithole. Holds Master of Arts at Clark Atlanta University, USA. Wenza i-Master of Laws e-UNISA. Une PhD in Public Administration at Georgia State University, USA. Une PhD in Education Policy, Planning and Administration at Boston University, USA. He began his career as a high school biology teacher. He became a lecturer at Madadeni College of Education, KwaZulu-Natal, and an assistant professor of education and planning at Boston University. He worked as a senior researcher at Boston's School Researching Out Initiative, a director for research and planning in the Northwest Department of Education, an executive director at the United States Agency for International Development, and chief director for quality assurance and promotion in the National Department of Education. He has produced many research reports and has published research articles in international journals. Masamkeleni bethuna esisele senyathi uDr Sithole ubani yayiva lo mlando akafundanga ufunde wayityekeza. Siyakwamkela Doctor.
Enkosi kakhulu ndiyabulela. Colleagues, you would have heard that I'm not a foundation phase specialist. So I'm not talking with authority when it comes to foundation phase. You know much more than I do. But what I'm going to share with you, colleagues, are some of the findings from the Pears study and the implications of those for us in foundation phase. And so, as you know, Pears, Progress for International Reading and Literacy Study, is a study that they conduct in grade 4 and grade 6 every 5 years to assess the reading skills of learners in our schooling system. And so, if you look at the results, in Pears, it tells us that you're not doing very well. So I want to indicate these colleagues that even though Pears is conducted in grade 4, it essentially is assessing reading skills in the foundation phase. Because when they assess learners in grade 4, they assess them in their home language, isiXhosa. So if learners are assessed in isiXhosa and they can't read in isiXhosa, it's not a grade 4 problem, it's a grade 3 problem. Sorry, it's a foundation phase program. Because learners learn their sounds in foundation phase. So if they get into grade 4 unable to read in isiXhosa, those learners have missed the boat in the foundation phase. Learners don't learn sounds in grade 4. So some people think that because Pears is conducted in grade 4, it's about grade 4 teachers. It is about us in foundation phase. Now, I'm not going to go through every bullet there, but I do want to indicate that the last assessment was done in 2021, and they released the results around about May. And the results were very bad. The results tells us that 82% of the learners who leave foundation phase are not able to read. 82%. That's very discouraging. Now, when they assess in Pears, they assess comprehension. Can learners read for meaning? Now, reading for meaning means two things. One, it means that learners must first be able to read. They must be able to decode words. They will only be able to decode words uma befundile izandi bezazi izandi zabo. But it does not mean that when a learner knows how to read, they know their sounds, therefore they can comprehend. I think our mistake is to assume that many of our teachers assume that once learners know their sounds, they can read, therefore they comprehend what they read. It does not work like that. So they do need to have meaning behind what they are reading. Because what happens is that if learners know their sounds, therefore they are able to read. For instance, if you give a learner that expression, ingcuka eyambethe ufele lwegusha, a wolf in a sheep's clothing. If learners have been taught their sounds, bazokuyiwazi ukuyifunda leya nto ethi ingcuka eyambethe ufele lwegusha. But the question is, when they read that expression or that statement, do they know what it means? It's about comprehending what they read. Most learners probably, when they read that statement, what comes in their head is that they think about this wolf wearing a sheep's clothing. So which means they are able to read, but they don't comprehend what they read. Because ingcuka eyambethe ufele lwegusha ayithethi leya nto, but ithetha loya mntu ozenza umuntu omhle kanti ukhohlakele. So this illustrates the point that learners can be able to read, but don't comprehend what they read. And so what Pears is looking for is, or assessing, is whether learners are able to comprehend what they read. And so for learners to comprehend what they read, they need what I call the big five of reading, the essential elements of reading. That says it all begins at the lower level when learners learn their sounds, bazazi izandi, then they are able to read. But knowing the phonic sounds does not mean they will comprehend what they read. For them to comprehend what they read, they need the next big four. They need to be able to know the sight words, vocabulary, reading fluently, and higher order thinking skills. So all of those 5 things will allow our learners to be able to read, number 1, and number 2, to comprehend what they read. So this is what Pears is assessing. Right. Now, I've talked about how we perform in Pears. 81% of our learners in the 2021 Pears could not be able to read for meaning. If you look at the third bullet, they also analyze the assessment results by language. In terms of our 11 languages, Afrikaans performs better. So Afrikaans, learners who are taught Afrikaans home language, they do better than other 10 languages. And then the last part, 1 bullet, when you look at the comparison by provinces, your province, Western Cape, is ahead of other provinces. Although you still have a long way to go, but you are ahead of the rest of other provinces. So this province is making us proud. And probably the reason is because this province has decided to say foundation phase is the main focus. And so congratulations to you. You're doing very well. The last bullet also tells us if we look at data by gender, the male species, people like me, don't do very well in foundation phase. So girls outperform us in a very big way. And so ladies, do take care of us in foundation phase. Be patient with us. We take it very slow. Right, this is a comparison, as I say, by language. As you can see, Afrikaans performs better than other languages, but isiXhosa not so well. Look where you are. isiXhosa is not doing very well. In these last 2 days, we had a lot of wonderful presentations, colleagues, that will take us far. We were listening to Dr. Stoffele just about an hour ago, and we got a lot of useful strategies to move us from where we are in isiXhosa closer to where English and Afrikaans is. And this is a comparison by grade. You will see that again, Western Cape is ahead, doing very well. But when you look at the comparison between grade 4 and grade 6, in all provinces, your grade 4 learners are not doing very well compared to grade 6 learners. And that has got implications for us in foundation phase, because learners are assessed in their home language. So it means that we need to make sure that they've got good grounding of isiXhosa in foundation phase. Right, this is a sample of Pears passage, colleagues. Unfortunately, they have not released the passages in African languages. And we are requesting the Pears people to give us a sample of these in African languages. But learners are assessed in their home languages. That's that they don't want to release them. So if you look at this passage, colleagues, it's a very long passage, 766 words. Look how long it is, that our grade 4 learners are expected to read and comprehend. And then they ask questions. These are 16 questions that learners are required to respond to. They include your multiple choice questions, as well as your higher order open-ended questions. This is a kind of passage that our learners find difficult to read and comprehend in their home languages, especially in isiXhosa. Right, so when they assess learners in Pears, they use 4 levels of assessment. They call it Pears Taxonomy. So you have got the first level where they talk about just retrieving information from the text. It's almost like Bloom taxonomy. In level 2, learners must understand the plot and make straightforward inferences. At level 3, they must retrieve significant information from the text and make inferences. And the last one is where learners need to integrate information from the text. So these are the 4 levels. Now, I just want to spend some time on these levels because as teachers in schools, we don't assess learners in all 4. When we get to schools and ask teachers to share with us their assessment tasks to see how they assess comprehension, what we find in all 75 districts in our country, most teachers focus on level 1, where learners are required to retrieve information from the text when the answer is in the story. Right, let's talk more about this one. So in Pears, when they assess comprehension, 50% is on literacy, literary experience, and another 50% is about acquiring and using information. In terms of the 4 levels that I talked about, 30%, 20%, which is the easiest questions, where the answer is in the text, those worth 20% of the assessment total. And then level number 2, where they make straightforward inferences, 30%, where they've got integrate information, 30%, and the most difficult level, which is evaluating and critiquing the content, is 20%. So that's how they assess them. Right. Now, you will find that this is level number 1, where learners just retrieve information from the text. Is the easiest question. But this is some indication of how they respond in grade 4, grade 6. You would find that many learners cannot even get this one right. The very easiest one, which is where they retrieve information. This is level number 2, where they are supposed to make simple, straightforward inferences. They're struggling with that. This is where the answer is not explicit in the story. They've got to read between the lines. We'll talk about this one more in a second. Level number 3, where they've got integrate and interpret information. You can see their scribblings, how they struggle in grade 4, grade 6. This is the highest level where they've got to evaluate and critique content. Now, I want to pass on this one just to illustrate this point about the 4 levels of Pears. So if you can just read that story, is it closer home language teachers? Unfortunately, I just used that language. If I can just give you 2 minutes to read that text, then we're going to be talking about the 4 levels of Pears in relation to this particular story. So I just give you about 2 minutes to just go through it. So while you're reading, let me just explain what the story is about for the colleagues who are not, is it closer home language? It's a story about a teacher who goes with her class to circus. So when they arrive at the circus, she says to her learners, here are the instructions in terms of how you must behave here. Number 1, stay together so you don't get lost. If you do get lost, you must stand right there at the entrance of the circus, next to the ticket office, so we will find you there. And so they all go. Down the line, a young boy is seen riding the elephant, and everybody is wondering how he got there. So that's just the gist of the story. And the teacher is upset and all of that. Right, so here is the passage. So I just want to illustrate the issue of the 4 levels in Pears. Right, now let's look at level number 1, where learners must retrieve information from the text. The answer is in the story, in other words. So the question at level number 1 with regard to this particular story, it says, "Uthe mabenze ntoni utishara xa befika esekisini?" What did the teacher tell them to do when they arrived at the circus? So there were 2 instructions, right? And the answer is in the text. Okay. She says, "Kufuneka nisoloko nindawonye." Stay together. This is the first instruction. The second instruction says, "Ukuba umuntu lahlekile, makame phaya. If you get lost, go and stand there so we can find you." So that's level number 1, the answer is in the text. So colleagues, what we find, as I was saying earlier on, when we look for those assessment tasks, all of the questions that teachers are asking are at level number 1. They never ask level 2, 3, and 4. So that's why when learners are now confronted with those kinds of questions, they don't know how to deal with them because they've never seen them before. And so that's why we do badly in Pears, because learners are asked questions that they can't handle in Pears. Now let's go to level number 2. In level number 2, we say a learner must understand the plot and make straightforward inferences. So the answer is not explicit in the story. Now, the question at level number 2, ingaba uDan, that young boy who was riding an elephant, is doing what teacher told him to do? The answer no is that no. He's not doing what he was told. But if a learner goes to the text to look for the answer, in the text it does not say that Dan did not do as he was told. The learner is going to go to the text to look for the answer, and she says, ma'am, it does not say in the text that Dan did not do what he was told, because it doesn't. But it is the action that Dan does that you make inferences about, to say, okay, he's riding the elephant, and the teacher told us to do 2 things: stay together, if you get lost, go and stand over there. He's not doing any of those things. Instead, he's riding the elephant. So you get the answer from his action of riding the elephant, that he did not do as he was told. Level number 3 is when learners must retrieve significant information from the text. Now, a question at level number 3 based on this story says, sibona njani ukuba uSam ungumntwana okhaliphileyo? How can we tell that Sam is a cautious person? Now, a child goes to the story to look for the answer. She's looking for the word cautious in the story, because that's what they do. They look for a keyword. There's no word cautious in the story. The story says nothing about being cautious. So a learner must make some inferences based on information given in the story. What do we see Sam doing we don't see him doing anything, we see him saying something in the story. She says, kungenzeka ntoni xa inokuqhawula phaya? She says, what will happen if the lion escapes? He is responding to what Anne has said earlier on. Anne says, is it possible for us to come closer to the lions? And Sam says, but what happens if the lion escapes? So therefore you're going to say, Sam is therefore cautious, because he is aware that if we come closer to the lions and they escape, we are dead meat. So it is her words, it is what she says that tells us that she is a cautious person. So it is those kinds of questions that our learners find difficult to respond to, where the answer is not explicit. They must read between the lines, they must use some hints or clues from the story. The last level is when learners are required to evaluate, critique, integrate information. In this story, the teacher says, if you do get lost, go and stand right at the entrance. So learners are required or are asked to evaluate that instruction, to say, how safe is it that if you get lost, you're going to go and stand over there? They are given information for them to evaluate. So one learner may say, well, it is safe because if I get lost, I know where to go and stand, and they will find me there. The other one may say, and that's correct, the other one may say, well, it's not safe because where we're asked to stand is at the entrance. People are coming in and going. Some might just come around, adopt the child, and disappear with the child. But there's no one correct answer, but learners are given a statement to integrate. And so, colleagues, what we're finding is that teachers are not asking questions at levels 2, 3, and 4. And what we find when we analyze these assessment tasks is that in most cases when teachers are assessing comprehension, they are asking questions that require one-word answers. Questions that begin with who, what, when, which, how many. And I know it makes our life easy as teachers because when we mark, then we're done. But then it's not helping our learners to be able to be critical thinkers if you ask what. Because then when parents ask them questions like, what do you think will happen if? A child is going to go to the text to look for an answer, and there's no answer because the question says, what do you think? It's those kinds of questions that our learners find difficult to respond to. When you ask a learner, what lesson do you learn from this story? Learners can't answer those kinds of questions. And so, colleagues, one of the critical things, especially for departmental heads for foundation phase, is that when they receive these assessment tasks from teachers to quality assure them or to moderate them, they must make sure that there are questions at levels 1, 2, 3, and 4. Of course, your question paper must be, balanced. There must be those easy questions for us boys because we struggle a lot, so we can get something. But it can't be that all questions about what, when, which. If we do that, then we're not preparing our learners to be critical thinkers, and therefore they will perform better in Pears. So this was just to demonstrate, colleagues, what we need to do better in Pears. And so this is what we're finding, colleagues. The next Pears that will be done in 2026. So which means that the learners who are in grade 2 this year are the ones who will be assessed in 2026. We have got to do better, especially in isiXhosa, because as you saw, isiXhosa learners are not doing as better as English and Afrikaans, although even those two languages, they have not arrived. So these are the things that we find. Number one, remember that when they are assessed in Pears, there is no teacher who reads instruction for them. It's like they do it in metric. So you're out there, you're not even around. So you can't even read the instruction. They are giving a text to read, and the questions, they are on their own. And they find it difficult to deal with it because they are used to a teacher explaining to them first before they respond to a question. So we need to make sure that our learners are able to read the question and they understand what is required. Number two, which is what we talked about in the sessions where we had isiXhosa home language teachers. Learners still come across words that they can't read in a text because there are sounds that have not been taught yet. So they've come across a word, they can't read it because it has got a sound not yet taught, so they can't understand the whole thing. The third one is that sometimes learners are able to read, but they don't understand what they read, what I was illustrating earlier on. And number four, what we do find, colleagues, and this is very important, number four, is that when we look at our assessment tasks, we see that in all 75 districts, all languages, teachers tend to give learners a passage literally this short. This very short passage. And you saw how long the passage is in Pears. And our learners get overwhelmed. You can't say somebody must run a marathon of 10 kilometers when you've never even ran 1 kilometer. So you can't move from this to that. So our learners get overwhelmed. In earlier session, Dr. Stoffele was talking about how you start your passage very short and you gradually increase it. And she talked so well about how we can prepare our learners for long passages. And so, colleagues, we do need to pay attention to the length of the passages to prepare our learners for Pears. If they are used to this short passage, what we see when we observe them, because we do watch them when they are being assessed, they hardly move beyond paragraph number 3. Then they say, time up, even without finishing the paragraph, the whole text, because they read so slow, because they are not used to a longer passage. They become exhausted, frustrated, and you can't even assess them. The next one, I've talked about that one. We do need to include higher order questions and slow down on the what, when, which, who, how many. Slow down on those and ask your higher order open-ended questions. The last part one, Comprehension is not about just reading, it's also about listening. So the tendency is teachers think that you can only assess comprehension when learners are able to read and write. Comprehension can be assessed as early as pre-grade R, grade R, where learners are just listening to a teacher reading. And then the teacher asks all those kinds of questions, include higher order questions. So comprehension must be done early by just learners listening and responding to questions. In grade 1, for instance, term 1, term 2, learners are reading only few words because they've been taught few sounds. So they can't read a lot. So for a teacher to be able to assess comprehension is by or doing it orally. So that's very important. And we talk about the last one to make sure that we asked those higher order questions. So I did talk about that. The next Pears will be in 2026. We need to prepare for that. So this is what we are asking teachers to do, to look at in preparation for Pears 2026. Very important that we need to make sure that learners spend enough time reading so they improve the speed, the pace of reading. So they don't read one sentence and take too long just to read one sentence. Otherwise, that's why they're not able to read the whole Pears passage because they read very slowly. Number 2, I talked about that. Let's not give something this short. Let's prepare them for those long passages so they're able to deal with Pears. 3, we talked about this, the questions like who, what, when, slow down on those. And the last part 1, Pears tells us that boys are at risk, not doing very well in foundation phase. We need to find strategies to deal with that. Those learners who are struggling to read. There are some girls as well, but mostly boys. So we need to have strategies to deal with that. And then lastly, make sure that we include different levels of complexity when we assess comprehension in the schools. Now, these are some of the out-of-school factors that need to happen to improve how we perform in Pears. I'd like to talk about the third bullet, where we don't have enough materials in African languages. So learners are not exposed to enough reading materials. And I like the session that we just had with Dr. Stoffele this morning, because she was saying to us, you don't wait for someone to write for you. You can create your own stories as teachers. And she was taking us through how, in the absence of any, materials that you have access to, you can create your own stories. And she was giving us some ideas how to go about doing that. And we need to start doing that, because if our learners are not exposed to reading, then they don't develop this skill. Right? And so I said earlier on, one of the reasons why our learners do badly in Pears is that sometimes they come across the words that they can't read because they contain sounds not yet taught. So when we look into the reasons why learners cannot read some of the words, we realize that there is a gap in the system, because our curriculum statement, CAPS, leaves it to a teacher to decide which sounds must be taught and when those must be taught. And so teachers decide on different sounds, and in the process, some learners leave foundation phase, having not been taught all the phonic sounds in isiXhosa, because they need to be taught all of them in foundation phase. Your grade 4 teacher is not responsible for teaching them the sounds. And so we have identified that, particularly in isiXhosa, as a gap. English and Afrikaans, they've got their own issues, but isiXhosa is really a major problem. Now, what you find is that, therefore, there are different programs out there in the system. Each one of them have got their own phonics program. They all have their own sounds that they say teachers must teach. So you will see that the first three are from the National Department. You will have the CAP statement that has got its own sounds. You've got the DPE workbooks, has its own sound, as well as the DPE Manual of African Languages. So even those three, coming from the same office, they don't talk to each other. Then you've got others from outside DPE. You've got NCT, they've got their own program with their own sounds. You've got Shigimfundo and KwaZulu-Natal with their own sounds. Here in the Western Cape, you've got Funda Wande. And so there's a flux of documents out there in the system with different requirements in terms of sounds, ending up confusing our teachers. And so to deal with this is just about CAPS, just to illustrate that CAPS is not even giving us good guidance. Because if you look at isiXhosa CAPS, I think isiXhosa CAPS is the worst written of all the languages. West is the West. Look at what they are saying in grade 1. You see the words that they use, the action words. They say, ukuqonda izikhamiso. They don't even say, ukuqonda understand. It doesn't say teach. So you have got so if for them, uthi bayiqonde funeke ngiyifundise. Whereas in other languages, isiZulu is the best one. They say, by the end of this term, a teacher should have taught the following sounds, and they list them. Not in isiXhosa. So this is grade 1, term 1. So first they say, learners must understand the sounds. Number 2, then they say, uqalisa ukwakha amagama. In the first bullet, they talked about only 5 vowels, let's khamis. Number 2, now you're building words. With what? With sounds. And then they don't give it, they give you some words, sula, ilula. So, do they mean I must chase s? Because it doesn't give you the specific sounds. The third bullet, now they are introducing amagam, amagam. Term 1, right? Still in grade 1, term 1. Now they are introducing onombili. Yes, and they're saying that one umzekelo. They are saying these are just examples. So it's up to me whether to use those or not use those. At the end, but last bullet, njalo njalo. So it's up to you. And so teachers end up teaching different things, different sounds, because CAPS is not very clear. This is still, I'm talking about this one. And grade 1, term 2 is the same story. And so to address these colleagues, then we started to talk to different provinces. This is not only a problem in isiXhosa, but isiXhosa is the worst in terms of CAPS. And so we began the conversation for all of 11 languages, and we said we need to develop a document that will say what are the sounds that must be taught in each grade, in each term. So that all teachers are very clear to say, if I'm a grade 1 teacher, these are my sounds for term 1, term 2, term 3, term 4, very clear. And so before we do that, therefore, the starting point was first identifying all indigenous sounds in isiXhosa. What are these sounds? What are indigenous isiXhosa sounds before we can package them in terms of grades and terms? So we've got that document. I'll show it to you in a second. From that document, then we say, from these sounds that we have identified, let's then package them into different families. Once we've done that, we move to the last document where now we say, let's take these families and plot them according to grades, according to terms. I'm going to get back to this one in a second. Now, the idea of developing one phonics program for isiXhosa is that it's going to help us that if a learner moves from one school to another, we know that what sounds they have been taught in the previous school. If a learner moves from one district to another, no problem, because we know all teachers are teaching the same sounds. If you receive a learner from Eastern Cape, you're not worried about what sound was she taught, because everybody is using the same phonics program. So meaning in all 5 provinces that are using isiXhosa as home language, here in the Western Cape, Eastern Cape, Gauteng, Northwest, and Northern Cape, all of those provinces will be using the same standardized phonics program. I think that will make our life much easier, colleagues, because we'll never wonder what sounds does he know from the previous school. Right, so that's why we're doing this. Now, the process that we are engaging in to finalize this document, number 1, we started to engage with provincial officials, just to identifying all the sounds. Then we are still engaging with different officials, different stakeholders, different experts to say, what are the sounds in isiXhosa before we package them in different languages? We're still going to engage, or we are engaging right now. We're receiving input from the academics who are also advising us. And at the end, we'll then go to PENSAB, the language board, to say, do you agree? Because as I was indicating earlier on in the session in our group, is that there's also some disagreements among amaXhosa, ukubana esisandi isandi sesiXhosa nyani nyani noma sine influence from other languages. So, I'm going backward. So this is the process that we are using to identify, to make sure that we talk to everybody. At the end, then we'll go to HEDCOM, which is heads of departments, who will then endorse the product that we'll have made. And so the phonics program will go to CAPS and be standardized. Once that has happened, it will mean that everything will have to be revised, amended, which means that all the programs that we are using will have to be amended to be aligned with the phonics program. All the NGOs who are assisting us will have to amend their programs. DPE workbooks will have to be amended so that there is alignment all the way. So you don't have one service provider saying one thing, DPE saying another thing, the province saying another thing, just one standardized phonics program. So this is where we're heading, colleagues. So again, the process, as you can see, for us to finalize these documents, we go to the provinces which are custodians for each language. As you can see, for isiXhosa, we are going only to the Western Cape as well as the Eastern Cape, because these are the provinces which are custodians for isiXhosa as a language. And for other languages, you can see Limpopo, languages of the North, so we go to the provinces because we want to make sure that these documents are approved, developed by the people who know language the better. So we are also, therefore, engaging with teachers because their voices are very, very important, colleagues. We don't want this time to impose on you. We want to make sure teachers have got a voice in terms of which sounds must be taught, in which grade, in which term. So this is a work in progress. We're engaging as we move forward. And so I think this is my last slide. And so colleagues, Usisi Nsikike will share with you these documents because we've sent it to her. And we're gonna develop a Google form where we'll ask you to give us your responses, your input, as we finalize these particular documents. So down the line, we show that we all have a standardized phonics program. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so Thank you so much, Doctor. A million of thanks to you for coming to Cape Town with all your expertise, and then you give the tools to these teachers so that they may go back and dig and make the soil to be fertile, so that whatever you received from here, you go back and give. You have been given. Go back and give. You have learned something. Go back and teach. And to you all people, thank you so much, ne? Thank you so much, ne? We know that into bana umbulelo wenu awukho apha. Understand? Usemazulwini. Ndifuna ukuthi ekugqibeleni, ne? Hambani nganamandla ninawo. Nenze ekaThixo intando. Ne? Thank you so much, Ntsiki, for giving me these opportunities.
All right. Enkosi Mam Rev. Botishara ndiyabulela ne. Ndiyabulela ngoba nibe lapha. Nisinyamezela. I hope into yokubana nifundile bethunana. And ndiyathemba into yobana noko into zenu ziphume ezityebile. Ndiuvile ke umbuzo, ubusithi umbuzo sasifumana nini? Uninzi lwe-presentations zilapha kum. So into endizawuyenza xa ndifike ofisini ngomso, ndizazithumela kwa-subject advisor. Uyaqonda? And then ke ngoku subject advisor bazishere ke ngoku kunye nani. Ne? Ndiyanithembisa mna ngoku, ne? Bakhona bayandiva. Okwesibini, le nto ithethwa nguDoc, le process ithethwa nguDoc, ithi iseyiprocess sisezawuqhuba. Kubuziwe into yokubana iza kwenzeka nini kulo nyaka uzayo, umzekelo. Kuza kulantukwa, kuza strengthenishwa uCAPS, ngoba andifuna ukuthi uzawurevayizwa, akazorevayizwa. uCAPS uzawustrengthenishwa kulo nyaka uzayo. So sizawunyuka sisehla njengesiqhelo, siyobhala siqinisekise into yokubana uCAPS zonke ezi zityewu uDoc azithethayo, into yokubana siyozivala. Nale program ke le izawube isetyenziswa ngamaphondo onke yephonics, batsho ke ngoku bonke ii-publishers nee-NGOs, wonke umntu asebenzisa the same program. It's still a process, ladies. Ne? Asiyonto esizawulala sivuke yenzekile. It's still a long process, as by uDoc. It will only be a policy after the minister has signed and it's gazetted. For now, it's still a process, but I think the process is awusinceda into yokubana singabe sihla sinyuka nathi singayazi into yokubana yephi kanye kanye. So Doc, enkosi kakhulu ngokuza kwakho uncame konke, uzoba ipart okanye uzoba inxalenye yalo mdibano. Enkosi kakhulu, ladies. Thank you.
we're going to do the part between myself and colleagues. While we are all starting to move in, you can fill up from the front if you want to, because we are going to do the lucky draws, and you might not want to go from the back to the front. And then please just make sure that you put your name tag in the box as you came in, so that we have all your names. Otherwise, you're also going to miss out on the lucky draw.
I'm gonna photo shoot now. I'm not gonna talk. I'm not gonna talk. Don't worry.
Colleagues, we are having the takeaway lunch after the session. So if you haven't got lunch, don't worry, you'll get it afterwards. Anyone that left this? It's a pencil bag and a top class isiXhosa graded reader's catalogue. It stayed behind in the Afrikaans home language group session. I'm going to put it in front if it's yours. We are just waiting for our director, Ms. Karen Dudley. She is on her way over the field to get here. So in the meanwhile, just make sure that you have handed in your lanyard. Otherwise, you will not be liable for a lucky draw. So if you want to be part of the lucky draw, we need your lanyard. Thank you, colleagues. Let's start. If we can all settle down. I cannot believe we came to the end of this conference. Did you enjoy? Yes. Do you want another one? Yes. Okay, we will do another one. Not soon, but we will do another one. Colleagues, somebody's glasses was left in room 60. Please don't leave without getting it. I will put it down at the, no, let me keep it with me. So just to note, if you lost your glasses, here it is. Colleagues, we cannot have a 2-day conference and not wrap up properly. So I've asked our director, Ms. Karen Dudley, and one of our team, Matilda, will assist her, and I'm going to call them up to do the lucky draws. I hope everyone has given back their lanyard, because if not, then you won't be part of the lucky draw. And I don't think you want to miss out on the wonderful prizes that's still out there. So I'm going to call up our director, Ms. Karen Dudley, and she will take over for the lucky draw. And thereafter, I will just do the thanks so that we can all be on the road on time. Thank you.
Wow, what an amazing sight from up here, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, let me hear you roar. Absolutely amazing. Come on, wave to me, wave to the audience online if you had a good time. Come on, show us what you got, foundation phase. Oh, absolutely stunning. And our head of foundation phase, Ms. Almaretta Toy, has promised you another conference, which I completely endorse. So when we do our PMDS, I'll ask her when she's doing the next one, Natty. You are all my witnesses, am I right? Okay, and I'm sure you're thinking that today was just a little too short, but basically it was actually 1.5 days. So before we go over onto the prizes, ladies and gentlemen, we have 13,000 foundation phase teachers, and that's why I said right at the onset with the opening yesterday that you were one of 800 out of 13,000. So we'd love to, we could secure Cape Town Stadium, we could do breakaways, but I think the budget would just be astronomical, because if you're looking at your rural districts, we then have to look at housing people, accommodation, etc. But if we can do this a little more frequently, we can see how we can accommodate all cohorts of teachers. But now, the big moment has come, and I'm waiting on my baby girl to join me here. Matilda Botha. Matilda is our DCAS for coding and robotics in foundation phase. You say you didn't know? Yes, we have a coding and robotics head for foundation phase. Isn't that awesome? Natty, where are you, baby girl? Do I need you? You know, Natalie's the head of our English department for foundation phase. If I just say Jolly Phonics and I say science of reading, you know exactly who Natalie is, isn't it? All right, so do we have all the lanyards here? Are we ready to go? Yeah. All right, so Tilla and them are going to hand out, and we are going to then call out the name. You'll come up here, make sure you've got your lips on, girls. You are being live streamed, and if you're not on the verge of being betrothed like me, you never know. Your lucky day might be here. All right. So, without further ado, and if you ladies need any help, I see La is in front here, and Siki, who's head of our isiXhosa, is here as well. So, girls, if you need a little more help. At this juncture, let me also take the opportunity to thank all our publishers. I hope you've gone out and supported them. I want to thank each and every one of our publishing companies for being with us for the past 1.5 days. And not only today, ladies and gentlemen, but they are constantly supporting the vision of the Western Cape Education Department. I feel that they actually do work alongside us and that they should actually just move in on the 6th floor. So, because they are not only there, but it's consultation, it's how do we share one vision, what are our imperatives or our focus areas, so they can then also assist in development of materials to be able to share with schools and not have that misalignment. And so can we give it up for our publishers, please? And so all our prizes that we are going to share with you today comes from these publishers, and we really want to extend our heartfelt appreciation to them. I always say, put your money where your mouth is. So now, ladies and gentlemen, as your name is called, when we come to Tilla and Natty and Siki, you will guide me if you want the company to come, if they are around. They're gone. Everyone gone? Everyone gone. Okay, so they will watch the live stream loop afterwards, and then they can listen to the appreciation thereof. Here's a young lady still coming with a lanyard, hoping to win there. Go for it, girls. That's it, darling. The last shall be first. My father's a pastor, he'd be very happy. Don't ask me to quote which verse it was. Right, Tilla, are you ready? Do we have any drum roll there from our technicians? Right, Tilla, let's go, baby girl. Laptop bag, going, going, going. Who wants a laptop bag? And the lucky winner is from Metro Central Education District. And if you're not in the house, soos hulle sê Artemis hoor. Keenan Klassen. Is Keenan there? Come, baby, show us girls what you got. Move it, move it, move it. Awesome. Right, here comes another laptop bag. And that is donated by which company, Natty? Fast Forward. From Fast Forward. Thank you so much to Fast Forward. Must I do another one? No. Yes, another laptop bag, please. Close your eyes. Okay, you can just hold it. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Show it. Here we go, here we go. Ah, from the Overberg. Where's Overberg? Show me Overberg. Are you in the house? Jessica Duplessis. Daar sê Jessica. Right, here we go. Another bag, going, going. Someone said, is the laptop in the bag? The next conference. Here we go. I saw that people are. Here we go. And are you ready? It looks like the rurals are overtaking you, Almaret. All the way. One of my favorite places, the most delicious white wine and red wine from the Cape Winelands district. None other than Lavona April. Come, girls, good group work now. That's it. A headset. Also from Fast Forward. All right, a headset. Tilla, who do we have? I told you, Almaret, the rurals are taking over. We've had Cape Winelands. We've had Overberg.
I'm going to draw another two names.
And now.
Don't say. I'm going to draw two more names.
All right, sorry, the foundation phase is just busy with the organization of their groups, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see. And here's another one, and 3. So there are 3 headsets. Who's going to be the lucky 3? All the way from Eden and Central Karoo, Patricia Juta. Where you, Patricia? Come, baby. Shake your booty there, girl. You share a birthday with me. Right, and the next one, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from the beautiful West Coast, where I'm getting married at the end of the year, Peyton Swats. Where's Peyton? Woo! All the way from Eden and Central Karoo, Charmaine Malchus. Right, who will the next be? So far we've had Eden and Central Karoo, West Coast, Eden and Central, Cape Winans, Overberg, and only one from Central.
As a combined.
Right, the next one, a headset and a wireless mouse. Headset and a wireless mouse. Kom nou tella. How many are we doing? Is this the one, La?
No, it's one.
All right. Finally, from Metro East Education. East, show me, baby. Show me where you are. Hi, was julle Mari, was jou mense? There they are. None other than, say it out loud. Here we go, Metro East. None other than Nonyameko Zweni. Right. The next 3 prizes are all 3. It's a wireless mouse. I don't want to say 3 wireless mice. It doesn't sound right. Oh, now a district that we haven't heard before. From Metro North. Metro North, Jenny, where are your girls? All the way from Metro North, Nomfundo Mbeshli. Come, go. There we go. There goes one mouse. Let's see who's up for the next 2. Hopefully it will be you from Metro East. Metro East Education District, Ntombizanele Likubana.
Instead of the note, you want to take this one? Instead of the note, you want to take this one?
No, that's fine. Oh. And the very last, is that the last one, eh, Natty? All right, so the last wireless mouse. Which district? I don't know where Metro South is. South, are you in the house? All right, all the way from Metro North. Metro North, Numvuyo Messi. Don't give up hope. There's still lots more to go. Lots more. Righto. Can I see the people from the False Bay Coast, Metro South? Waar is hy? Vanessa, where are your people then? Come on, where's the social butterfly? All the way from Metro South, Mauricia Williams. That's it, girls. Show them what you got, baby. Move it. Woo! I love that energy. All right, from RIC, 3 teacher packs. Nets, are the books with it or separate? All right, so the books are from Global MD. So those winning now are the 3 teacher packs. Oh, I see they're going slowly but surely. Thumbs crossed. If you didn't say your morning prayer, maybe that's why you didn't win. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from the Overberg. Is Mrs. Anassi still here? I saw the district director, Isabel, here. Right, all the way from the Overberg, Nontando Shlakayana. Come on, where you go? Oh, do it in style, baby. There we go, there we go. Move like a queen. Go, girl. One bag at a time, but I love it. Grab the opportunity. Second last bag, all the way from, waar's Diana? Jou mens is Diana, jy vat weg, jong. Cape Winelands, daar's Diana daarachter, head of foundation phase, and the winner is Mantabi Botwe. Ooh, now the girls are rocking, eh? I'm telling you, go for it, girl. Show them, baby. Ooh, there we go. Come on, give it up for her. Prizes from RCI teacher packs. Last teacher pack going, where will it be? Metro South. V, where are you? Where's Metro South? Metro South. There they are. I was going to say, they don't let me down. That was my very first district I worked in. All the way from Metro South, none other than Nonyameko Goba. There we go, darling. Come claim your prize. Value set of books from Global MD.
If it was my name, would you want me to put it back? No?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that those who have won half stand on that side of the stage and the other side. Otherwise, your beautiful faces are not seen. My beauty will then block it out. Darlings, move over. As you can see, I'm not bashful at all. There we go. Awesome. Tella's just quickly doing coding and robotics, coding the whole situation for us. Thank you, Tella. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Oh, no, now you sound like a lot of wet rags because you haven't won. Are you ready? I wanted to say wet something else, and I realized we live streamed Elizabeth. I can't. So,
Thank you.
Tella's biting here, pinching me, and kicking me. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together from Metro Central, Rahma Davids. There we go. Come on, baby. And now, are we by the big prizes?
Nou gaan ek afdraf met daai boks, né? How many do I need?
Okay, now I'm going to call on Elizabeth, who's the head of our life skills. Elizabeth, please join me. And I'm going to call on Alberta, head of our Afrikaans. And she's now talking French to me in Afrikaans. Kom Alberta, baie dankie. Don't you want to rock it up for our foundation phase team, ladies? And so while they are drawing the names, let me tell you what there are 3, Almaret, big prizes. Wow. There's no draw on this one. I'm going to let you announce it.
There's no draw apparently.
All right, there's no draw because the names have been drawn by the publishers. So I'm going to ask each one of the ladies to announce the winners. I'm going to ask them to announce the winners. Let me tell you what the first big prize is. From Chase Education Solutions. This particular school and the person has been awarded a voucher for English key links, guided readers, and big books worth 5,000 Rand. I'm going to ask Elizabeth if she'll please announce the winner and the winning school.
And the winner is, drumroll, J. Syed, Scottish Kloof Primary School.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. And now the next one, ladies and gentlemen, also from Chase Education Solutions, also have been awarded a voucher for Afrikaans, key links, guided readers, and big books worth 5,000 Rand. I'm going to ask the head of our Afrikaans Foundation phase, Alberta van der Merwe, to announce our winner.
Okay, so I'm going to decode the winners, decode the name and the surname in Afrikaans. R-A-E-S-A Adams, Rashi Adams, and the school is Sonder in Primary School.
Who is the last lucky winner? Mr. Peck, did you put your name in the box? Right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, our last big prize for the day from Chase Education Solutions. You have been awarded a voucher for isiXhosa, key links, guided readers, and big books worth 5,000 Rand. And I'm going to ask Matilda Botha, our head of coding and robotics foundation phase, to announce the winner.
Can we have a big drum roll? This goes to Saviwe from Siyabulela Primary.
Nats, were you, baby? That concludes our prizes for now. Stay seated. You never know when Almaret pulls something out of the hat. We still have somebody's spectacles here. So please do. And we also have a laptop lead. I do know Eskom is around, but at some stage you're going to have to charge. So room 68. Room 68, not 69, 68. I have no idea why you're laughing.
Says no.
Well, says 060. Sorry, I had 69 on my mind. Ag girls, julle is nou 'n bietjie stadig, hoor. Ek kan sien dit is vakansie. Julle maak hier so lekker bietjie ontspanning.
Dono Deneen.
Dono Deneen, anyone? Oh, it's Widad. Not yours, baby. Your reading specs. Thanks, Widad. All right, at this point in time, Almaret will be taking photos of our winners. My mobile phone is somewhere else. Has anyone taken who's helping Almaret out for some photographs? Don't rush me now. If we can stand closer to take one group so we can just send it to our publishers. Ladies and gentlemen, while they're smiling broadly, let's give it up one more time for our winners. Thank you so much. Enjoy. And for those who had the big prizes, the publisher will be contacting your school in terms of delivery. The young lady over here who'd like Shanice April to meet her after the conference. I hope it's not a blind date, but anyway, now you see who your blind date is, and she says she's got something in the car. So it's becoming more and more ominous. Ladies and gentlemen, I hand back to our head of foundation phase for the province, Ms. Almaret du Toit.
Thank you, Karen. Now we have really come to the end of this conference. Colleagues, just to note, I just went onto the online views, and yesterday alone we had 3,710 teachers that joined online. Please tell your teachers when you go back home, the link will still be active, the online link, for about 3 months. So if they want to look at it afterwards, they're more than welcome to do so. Colleagues, no conference can happen without a thank you. There were so many contributors that made these 2 days possible. So I want to start with the College of Cape Town. They are not here at the moment. The marketing person is unfortunately off sick, but we will give them formal thanks afterwards. Colleagues, they gave this venue for us for free. And I want to say, they really went the extra mile. They even gave us the students off, the ECD students off for this 2 days so that we can have this conference. A month ago, we didn't have a venue, and they came to our rescue. So we really want to thank them. Then, colleagues, we also want to thank some of our partners, Funda Wande, that flew down 3 of our presenters and paid their accommodation, as well as Sakikamfa Foundation, who also sponsored 1 presenter to fly down with accommodation included. Colleagues, with all the budget cuts, when the submission was sent en route to get approval, it was declined due to budget, and they stepped into the gap and they said, listen, we will stand in for that. This beautiful programs that you saw this week, that was also our government printers, and our Eddie Media was fully booked. They couldn't print for us, and ABC printers came to the rescue, and they said they will print for us for free. So thank you to them. Then to all our publishers, I think they were amazing. They're not here anymore, but colleagues, they provided everything that's in your goodie bags. They gave us some gifts. Oxford University Press gave the earphones for every delegate that's here, so we want to thank them for that. To PPM Audiovisual, who sponsored the t-shirts that you are seeing all of the team is wearing today. Thank you for them. And then also to Macmillan Publishers, who sponsored yesterday's t-shirts. We are really appreciating that. Then to all our donors that sponsored the gifts for the presenters as well as for the lucky draws. You know, in a bureaucracy that we are working in, it's just not a matter of we go and buy these things. We can't procure for these things, so we are dependent on sponsors to assist, and we really appreciate each and every one that contributed. Then to all the presenters, I think we can give them a big round of applause. You were absolutely brilliant. I haven't heard one negative word about any presenter. You went the extra mile. There's a lot of preparation going in to be able to come and present. But it's also taking some of your energy and nerves to stand in front of your colleagues and to present, so we really appreciate. Then, colleagues, I want to also thank all the moderators, which was our subject advisors, for assisting in the rooms. You were absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much for always just reacting to the WhatsApp messages coming through, running around, getting the presents, doing whatever we ask you to do. Thank you so much. You did a brilliant job. And then also to all our coordinators for your assistance, Foundation Phase coordinators, and for availing yourselves and your teams to assist us, especially on Monday. If I think about our reading conference, it took us 3 days to set up. Monday morning we started here, and I think we left about 16:30 and everything was ready. And we couldn't have done it without the help of the districts. To the WCED management for the opportunity and to host a conference like this. I'm thinking specifically Ms. Karen Dudley, our director, Mr. Arun Mohammed, our DDG, Mr. Juan Benjamin, our chief director, and Mr. Ibrahim Peck, my partner in crime, for assisting with all, for giving the opportunity, but also for assisting during the 3 days. Also I want to highlight 2 other colleagues of the GET Directorate, Andre Lambras and Mr. Ridwan Charles, who really assisted greatly, getting buckies and bringing all the things, the banners and everything to the office. We really appreciate it. We were short of staff because 2 of our men actually fell ill and they couldn't be here, 3 of our men, and they couldn't be here anymore, but you really stood in the gap. So thank you for that. Also for assisting with the technical side, Ibrahim, Andre, and I can't remember who was Andre and Ibrahim was mostly the people. Thank you so much. Colleagues, and then for our interns. You know, the last month was extremely taxing because of everything that must be getting ready. We only got the venue a month ago, so everything had to happen in a month. And September is the month of operational planning, it's CSF, so we were very seldomly at the office. But I could just send them emails at the evening saying, can you please prepare the registers? Can you do the lanyards? Some of them worked through the night to do the lanyards because we had to have it ready for the service provider. And they just went over and above to do that. So thank you so much to them. And then to my team, and now I'm going to be emotional again. But I think you are absolutely brilliant and amazing. The way that you have just take charge of your subject, take charge of everything I ask you throughout this month to do. I mean, I never had to worry about anything. I had a little to-do list, And every evening I will go on there and then I say, oh no, Elizabeth has done that, that's sorted. Alberta has done this, it's sorted. I just never had to follow up. So thank you so much to you doing it in a very difficult time, because this is one of the most busy time of the year with the operational planning. Everyone's plans must be ready for next year. It's CSF. Next week we have a huge subject advisor dry run for our training that must happen in December. But in all of that, they went over and above to assist with the conference. So thank you so much to them. And then lastly, but certainly the most important, to our Heavenly Father, for coming through for us, for every challenge we had to face. It was amazing how the doors just opened and how everything just fell in place at the right time. At one stage I thought, am my new name now problem solver? Because there was just the one problem after another. But he came through and everything just worked out for the best. So I just want to acknowledge him in that. Colleagues, and on that note, I just want to give 3 more just notes. Some of you did not sign the register this morning. If you didn't, can you please, when you just go out, just quickly sign? Because we are being scrutinized by the AG in terms of numbers, and I'm just worried that we're not having the numbers that we targeted. Then the food is outside, the takeaway lunches. Some of you did get, I think the caterers misunderstood a little bit, so they started handing out. But if you have not received your food yet, please get it in front. Don't forget about the charger. I'm not sure if the boss has been found for that. And then lastly, to all of you for attending, Karen is saying second lastly, for each and every one of you as teachers for attending this conference. Some of you traveled like immensely far. Thank you so much for coming to this conference. Thank you for the spirit in which you did it. Thank you for knowing that you will go back to your classroom because the baton is in your hand. We have shared ideas, we have shared strategies, but now it's in your hands to go back to your classroom, to go and share with your colleagues, but also to go and implement in the classroom. I'm looking forward to see how this conference, in the end, will contribute towards better performance of our learners and towards quality education. So I thank each and every one of you. And then just last, I just also want to thank specifically Janette Jooster that assisted at the hostel with all the accommodations. Thank you for that. I hope everyone's travel claims, if you have a travel claim, you have handed it in. And I wish you all a safe travel. I hand over. Can you please just stay seated for one more minute? I hand over to Karen. Thank you.
Give it up for Almaret. Come on, man. This woman has had sleepless nights. Ladies and gentlemen, before you do exit, I'm going to ask the provincial WCD Foundation Phase team to please take the stage. The head of Foundation Phase, Ms. Almaret du Toit. Head of Life Skills, Foundation Phase, Ms. Elizabeth Fredericks. Head of Home Language English, Natalie Southgate. Come, Natsie. Head of Afrikaans, Alberta van der Merwe. Head of isiXhosa, Nsiki Nyamza, but you'll hear me call her La, that means love. Head of Grade R, provincially, Ms. Dawn Couzette. Head of our 100 Schools project, ladies and gentlemen, her very last conference with us before she retires at the end of this month. A huge applause for Ms. Deneen Grobler. Head of Coding and Robotics Foundation phase, Miss Matilda Buerta. Help her, help her. No, baby, come, darling. It's okay, us girls understand these things. Don't you worry. There we go. And in absentia, we also want to acknowledge Miss Carmelita Basson, who is unfortunately not with us. She is traveling abroad, head of mathematics. And so we want to acknowledge this is a powerhouse team together with all those in the districts, ladies and gentlemen, all the coordinators, the heads of foundation phase within the various districts. Almaretan team, if you'd allow me. And what has added to this particular success? When you're doing just a job, you're doing just enough. But when you're a team player, you're doing your job in the best possible way, together, positively. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you'll agree with me that this is not the very first conference they've done. They've done reading, mathematics, they do essay development. I think one of the busiest, if you go into our e-portal, you see the amount of resources, then you'll be able to see the great collaboration in terms of foundation phase. And when we go to the National Department always consults with the Western Cape Education Department. And so I want to acknowledge our foundation phase colleagues, very, very proud. I always say I'm a proud mama to be able to work alongside such powerful women. Please give it up for foundation phase. And while we're applauding, I'm going to ask Ms. Nsiki Nyamza to please do the presentation. Team, please stay on the stage. Nsiki, if you could please do the presentation of flowers to our head of foundation phase, Ms. Almaret Totoy. And while we're doing the presentation, I see you quite peckish and hungry. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me once again to thank you one and all. Remember, go big, be brave, be bold. I now declare this conference closed.
Within a month, 2 months.